Oh, hey, bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Yo, welcome and happy Wednesday. Did you hoes miss a bitch? It's your boy Chris Avalon. Welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Filtered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, hot topics, pop culture. We might get a little political, which we are going to get a little political today. We get into that Nicki Minaj mess and that other mess we got to talk about with Miss Megyn Kelly. So yeah, we're gonna get into all of those things. So that's definitely a show for you. Definitely stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill today. I know I've been MIA for almost a week. I'm gonna let y'all know what went down in a second. But before I do that, let me give you the rundown. So we got to talk about all the things that I normally would have talked about on a Monday. So we got to talk about the box office, this whole situation regarding the Running Man and Glenn Powell. Does he have what it takes to be the big movie star that the industry is propping him up to be? Plus, speaking of Running Man, Edgar Wright apparently is attached to another film starring another box office flopper, Sydney Sweeney, called Barbarella. So he's giving a little inside tea on how he would approach that film because he has been rumored since 2024 to be a part of that film. Also, we got to get into the whole Ariana Grande situation regarding the guy that jumped and grabbed her over in Singapore. He's been sentenced. Also, we have some early box office numbers regarding how Wicked for Good is going to be the biggest opening film of 2025. So we're getting that. Plus, the reviews have come out and they're not so great. So we'll get into that. Plus, there's this movie that I saw, a trailer I saw the other day. Hopefully we don't get demonetized, but if we do, I'll have to edit around it. But watch the live stream because if you haven't seen the trailer, I want to show y'all this. Never since Get Out, I've been looking forward to a really good movie that has horror elements but also social commentary. There is this movie coming out with Justin Long and CM Punk, who I just saw the other day when I worked the UFC. I mean, not UFC. Well, I did work UFC, but also the WWE Monday Night SmackDown situation where he was there. They have a new horror film coming out called Night Patrol, which is giving an interesting twist on the cop versus invading black community uh genre. So we'll get into that. It's like Night Watch. Remember that movie? Oh, well, no, End of Watch. It's like End of Watch with vampires. Well, I'll give y'all the whole rundown. We're gonna play the trailer. I'll give my overall opinion and all that stuff when we get around to it. Plus, more stuff is coming out about these test screens regarding Masters of the Universe, where they're talking about the whole Jared Leto situation. We'll get into that. Plus, Man of Tomorrow rumors said that Wonder Woman may appear in that film. We got to talk about this backlash that Michael Rosenbaum is getting from having Allison Mack on his podcast, which I think I kind of predicted around the time when there was a statation that he might get her on the show. Will it happen? We'll talk about it. Plus, good news regarding Rosalía and her new album Lux. Child, we definitely got to talk about MAGA Minaj, aka, because if you've seen the pictures, you know what I mean, Chun Ki Lee, because that's what I'm calling her now. Um, her spreading misinformation at the United Nations regarding this whole thing around Nigeria and the persecution of Christians. I have all the breakdown. I got all the tea. She's on the wrong path in regards to all this, which is not surprising because she never knows what the hell she's talking about when it goes regarding politics. Now, speaking of another rich celebrity who has no idea when it comes to talking about politics, we got to get into this mess regarding Pharrell talking about how he hates politics and DEI and all this other stuff. Mind you, he is one of the main didn't earn it because that's what I'm putting him in the category of the DEIs. Who's over there being the creative director of Louis Vuitton? What experience does this ninja have in fashion that he's running a whole fashion house? But got the nerve to talk about he hates DEI? Okay, sir. Keep tap dancing for them white folks. I swear I can't stand you rich ass coons. But anyway, we'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about Nicki Minaj bestie, Cardi B, who was apparently going in on off cheat because he's been out here being messy regarding their whole situation because she just had the baby, snap back already because she got the tour coming. And now he's out here claiming, oh, they're trying to keep my kids away from me for Thanksgiving and all this other mess. So we'll get into that. Plus, Michael Jackson's daughter, Paris, has filed a new filing against the estate's executors over this whole $464 million fortune. Christina Ricci, as I stated earlier, is going in on Megyn Nutmeg in Kelly, who is downplaying the whole Jeffrey Epstein. Apparently, she wants to move the goalposts when it comes to uh, sexual abuses of children because she's on the side of Trump and all of them. So we'll get into that. Plus, OJ Simpson's people out here having to pay Ron Goldman's family $58 million. Kim Petras is opening up about blowing out her voice while she was on the Feed the Beast tour. It looks like the twins over there at Drag Race, Sugar and Spice, have parted ways, and now one of the twins is trying to, I guess, formulate her own identity outside of the whole Sugar and Spice brand. Plus, we have some news regarding Onya Nurve and the Kinky Boots production, and Slater, one of my favorite artists of the moment. Well, I would say favorite. I don't want to say artist of the moment because I don't feel like she's a flash in the pan. She is showing like she's the real deal. But anyway, she's talking about how she's great to have a predominantly homosexual fan base. We'll get into that and a whole lot more. But before we get to those topics, if you have not already, please hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash that notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. You already know about the timestamps. I put them in every damn episode. And plus, I'm seeing like a lot of people are jumping in the thing. I see all the eyes looking. Hi, how you doing? We got a lot of tea to spill. But before I get to that tea, I do want to apologize. I know I haven't been here for the past couple of days. I was trying to do a show on Sunday, but Saturday it was like literally a 10-hour shift working the whole UFC situation. A fight broke out on the floor during the commercial break. And I'm sure y'all seen all the clips and stuff on social media. It was a lot that was going on. I was emotionally and physically drained. I did not have the energy or the wherewithal to do a show on Sunday, and I was like, "Fuck, it's gonna be a whole 5-day situation." So for those of y'all who think that I was on a vacation, I was not. If I'm not doing this show on the a lot of times that I'm not here, 9 times out of 10, I'm doing my other job, which is working at Madison Square Garden. And it is going to be fairly busy, not only this month, but December. I saw the schedule. Child, there is triple shifts. We have a lot of stuff, concerts. We got Cirque du Soleil in the theater, which is like a Christmas Carol. We got Knicks, we got Rangers, we got college basketball. We have like it's a lot that's gonna be happening in during the holiday season. Of course, they got the Rockettes over at Radio City, but sidebar, y'all may not know this, but Radio City apparently hates us, even though we all up under the same umbrella of Jim Dolan, who I had to work his section yesterday. But nevertheless, we're all under the umbrella of Jim Dolan. But the funny part is Radio City hates us because we are the hub of all the situation. So y'all hate us because we the Ace Boon Coons. We are the A list, and y'all down at the bottom. Y'all the C list. But it ain't our fault. Come over to the bigger side. But this is what we be talking about. A lot of the coworkers, even the security is like, I'll be protesting over there because them people is nasty. Speaking of nasty, I had to deal with a coworker yesterday. I had to cuss her ass out. Technically, she wasn't my coworker. She was she worked in the food and bev department, and I was talking. That's why another reason why I was late because I was having a conversation with somebody about this, and she was just like real nasty to one of my coworkers because she was going to take one of the chairs to sit down, and I'm sitting there like she could check her tone. And I went off because one of the things about me, what people need to realize, I don't like bullies. I don't like people who are just negative and say nasty things towards people, and I don't like nasty tones. That is a trigger. So if you come at me with a nasty tone, oh, Christy's red. I black out. I'm cussing you out. And if it gets to the point of fisticuffs, I'm not gonna hit you. I learned my lesson from that because I've had to go to jail for assault. But when it comes down to it, it's like I ain't gonna put my hands on you now. If you swing first, then I'm gonna knock your ass out. But I almost got into it, not with the girl, but another guy that was at the tip because he was trying to take one of our chairs. It was a whole situation, but it was all worked out in the end. One of the servers that was in my section came over, was like, she apologized. She was like, yeah, it was like everybody getting a little heated, whatever the case is. She has a temper. And I'm like, and I do too. Like I told y'all, like when I be posting memes on social media, people need to realize I'm not just posting these shits for shits and giggles. Yes, my attitude, I go from zero to homicide real quick, which is why a lot of times I have to try to curb. I try my best to curb the attitude. And for the most part, I do suppress it. Like I'm literally like Mark Ruffalo in The Hulk. When he says that line about I'm not trying to, with the whole suppressation, it's like, yeah, this is me when I'm doing that. But then when you see him unleash the beast and go Hulk smash, oh, that's me. Definitely. So I always try to curb that. I do want to read the comments, but I'm scared that I'm gonna be on here for a minute doing that. So I'm a wait until after I do the whole situation. When I get through the first topic, I'm gonna get to y'all comments. So anyway, without further ado, yes. So that's what I want to say. I apologize. I'm here. We're gonna do a long ass show today because we got a lot of topics to get to. I didn't even count to see how many topics there is. Probably like a good 15, 16 topics. But nevertheless, we're gonna be here a minute. So if y'all want to hang out and join in on the on shenanigans, please do so. Y'all already know what to do. Jump in the live chat because this is a live show always. I like the whole interaction and all that stuff. And I know there's two different versions that I could do the show on the phone and on the laptop or TV, whatever, how you watch it. I'm just keep it that way because I realized when I was looking at the numbers, more of y'all watch this show on your phones than any other thing. And I realized the numbers are, the bigger on the phone. So I just be keeping both. And that's my loophole with trying to monetize both. So that way I can get double the coins over there at the YouTube. Hopefully they won't catch on. But nevertheless, let me hit my banner. And without further ado, let's get into topic number one, which is this Running Man shenanigans. So I did go see this Running Man over the weekend. I'm gonna give you my overall thoughts in a second, but let's get into the numbers. So there were rumors before the Running Man even did big came out that it wasn't going to do well financially during opening weekend, and it looks like the numbers were correct because Now You See Me 3, or it's called Now You See Me Now You Don't, basically toppled the Running Man at the box office. So they said it topped Friday's chart with 8.4 million for a better than expected opening of 21 million to 24 million from 3,403 screens, according to Studio Insiders. Rival studios show the threequel debuting in the $22 million range. Now, they said the reason why that happened is because women basically came out in droves to see the film. So it definitely seems like, well, of course, because you have Jesse Eisenberg, Dave Franco, Isla Fisher. They mixed up the cast, and then you had Justice Smith is in it. Dominic Sessa. There's a bunch of people in there. It's like, yeah, that's going to pull in a lot of the women, especially with Dave Franco. A lot of people like Dave Franco. Now, his brother's a pretty much a dick, but for the most part, everybody likes Dave Franco. He's been doing fairly well with his career as of late. I like Jesse Eisenberg, but then, of course, with the Running Man, they had Michael Cera. Sometimes, am I the only one that sometimes confuses Jesse Eisenberg with Michael Cera? Because they kind of come from the same nerd era of acting. Like they came up around the same time, and they've kind of been, to me, they've always been vying for the same roles. But Jesse Eisenberg being a part of Now You See Me Now You Don't, he definitely has a bigger role in that whole franchise because he's sort of like they. And funny enough, I think because they also labeled Now You See Me the franchise, they call it the Fast and the Furious for magicians. And kind of definitely tone wise, it feels that way. It's like action. It's got a little bit of one liners and the comedy and the smugness of like the sleight of hand and all of the, it's very slick and very quick moving. And I think people like that and they want to keep it simple. But in regards of, let me see, where's the numbers for the Running Man? Oh, so it says the Running Man was tracking to top the chart, sorry, with 24 million to 25. But they said that it basically brought in, well, on Friday, 6.4 million from 3,534 screens, but then it lowered its estimate to 17 million and 19 million. And it came in, they said rivals, however, show it coming in even lower at 16 million. And I did see the movie, and I have to say I was disappointed. Like Gillen Powell's good in it. But tonally, I felt like it was all over the place. One minute, it kind of had like the vibe of Paul Verhoeven's Starship Troopers, where like they have all the little fake, funny little satirical trailers and stuff that you get to see in between like some of the scenes. They did adapt some of that in the film. Like especially, they have a scene called "The Americanos," which is pretty much a bit is a satirical jab at the Kardashians. And there's scenes where you see when people are watching the TV, like they're watching the show, and Debbie Mazur, shout out to her, I love me some Debbie Mazur. She's playing the Kris Jenner type of momager. And so a lot they were playing up that, and then it was like these weird commercials with the game, like different types of games and stuff that you see on the TV. And let me tell you, homosexuals aplenty was in this movie because you had Coleman Domingo that was in there. I thought he was good. Sean Hayes is in it. He plays a game show host of another type of show where you see this guy running on like a like a hamster wheel while he's answering questions, and if he gets it wrong they speed up the hamster wheel. So he was hosting that. And then you had Lee Pace, who was playing one of the big villains, and or not well, the villain was Josh Brolin in them fucking veneers he had in his mouth. But because those were the biggest damn teeth I ever seen. And the I guess the second in command in regards to, like, doing all the dirty work, and he was trying to make Glenn Powell's character the next version of him. He played like this assassin, like one of the guys that was going around trying to kill the people from the games and stuff in The Running Man. So there were things in it that I thought was really good. But then halfway through the film, I definitely felt like y'all were trying to hammer it a little too much with the social commentary regarding, oh well, healthcare and all the things that's currently literally happening in this country. I think it felt a little too close to home with what's happening currently with this administration and how they're trying to, deny people healthcare and keep food out of people's mouths. And you can't afford to, when your kid is sick, you can't afford, so you have to, you can't afford to get the medicines to help your kid, so you have to resort to going on some dangerous show and hoping you come back alive in order to help your family out. Or the situation, you got to go through black market people and use medicines that can temporarily ease the pain of your kid, but it's not going to really solve the problem. So there was little things that was in there. I was like, okay, this is feeling a little too hammery in this situation. But overall, I thought half of the movie was good. And then when we got to the second half, I was a little disappointed. But since then, who was it? Deadline did a story regarding why they think that the movie didn't do all that well or resonate with people at the box office, because it said that 20 million global on a budget of $110 million is not really good. There was also something I heard recently that A24 has a movie coming out with Glenn Powell. I don't even remember the name of it. That's how much they have faith in this film. They dropped the trailer, didn't even tell nobody. So I'm thinking like they trying to blame Glenn Powell on this film. And it's like, I don't know if it's necessarily his fault. But then again, it kind of makes y'all think, do you guys think that Glenn Powell is that type of guy that has, I like him. I liked him in Twisters. I liked him in Top Gun Maverick, but he wasn't like the lead in that. He played his role or whatever in that. He was like an asshole, but in a way, Glenn Powell's kind of always played smug assholes in films. I liked him in Twisters. He kind of has like that whole Matthew McConaughey vibe. Maybe he kind of needs to follow Matthew McConaughey's blueprint. I don't mind him being an action. He definitely showed in this film that he has what it takes to be an action movie star. But maybe what needs to happen is that he kind of needs to follow Matthew McConaughey's blueprint. Do y'all think he needs to do more rom-coms and try to get more women interested in like the stuff he does, so that way he can find a way to marry both audiences, like the boys for the action and the girls for the rom-coms, and maybe try to find that middle ground, or those days of how we create or prop up movie stars is dead. So in the article it says, in a post-strikes COVID theatrical landscape where everyone is still trying to figure out what works, because that's why I'm sitting here literally trying to figure out, like, I'm throwing all these ideas out here and it's like post-COVID, I don't understand I just feel like the movie industry is sort of like at a fork in the road, I guess is the good term to put it in. So yeah, it says what works. Along comes Paramount's $110 million reboot, The Running Man, starring affable star on the rise, Glenn Powell, hot off Top Gun Maverick, which grossed 1.49 billion globally. Anyone But You, 220 million global. I think that was the movie he did with Sydney Sweeney, and Twisters with 372 million global. And it's completely trips up in its US 171 or 17 million and global 28.2 opening. Running Man was completely blindsided by Lionsgate's surprise #1 start of Now You See Me, Now You Don't, which did 21.3 million domestic and 75.5 million worldwide. Now, from a distance, the third tentpole bet on Powell was In It to Win It, with Baby Driver filmmaker Edgar Wright attached to direct and re-co-adapt the Stephen King tome penned under his Richard Bachman pseudonym. And the reason why he did that, because back in the day, you were only allowed to release certain books with out any issues. So Stephen King had to create a pseudonym in order to find that loophole to release books, because he was like one of those guys that, oh, I could type out a book and have it out 1,000 damn pages in no time. So they had to create a pseudonym in order to release multiple books within a certain time frame. But anyway, it's a movie's about a working man in a dystopian race who is pursued by assassins as he eyes a big dollar lottery prize. The more we dive deep into this, the more we hear that the running man's fumbling at the box office stemmed largely from the administration change over from the old guard to the new guard under David Ellison at Paramount. And here's the thing, with David Ellison cucking himself to Trump and a bunch of those things, this type of theme about the oligarchy and all this other mess, sure, he would be somebody who would be vehemently against it, because he is basically the establishment that this film's tone and overall themes are revolting against. But he's for it, because now they're talking about that he's trying to buy Warner Brothers or the bid with Arab money. That was the latest story that came out with Paramount. So, where was I? Oh, so then it says, this is what happens often when there's a change up in a motion picture C-suite. They inherit a slate from previous management and they're either into it or they're not, or they change up their end goals entirely. Greenlit under the former Brian Robbins-led Paramount, Running Man also suffered another blow when there was a shakeup in the motion picture marketing department with the exit of global distribution and marketing boss Mark Weinstock earlier this fall, as the studio waited for the arrival of the new department head, Josh Goldstein. Goldstein didn't arrive until October 15th, a month before Running Man opened, and during the interim, sources tell me there was a lot of limbo among marketing staffers, particularly as Paramount was assessing job cuts, which basically says that no one knew whom to take their direction from, and they were waiting for Goldstein to get in place before the final leg of the campaign could be implemented. So yeah, there was no I don't think there was any kind of promotion surrounding this film. But if you go to the movies as often as I do, because I use A-list, you do see a lot of the trailers. You would see a lot of the trailers, during before you saw the movie. Like last week when I took my parents to go see um the movie in the bottom right, Predator Badlands. My father didn't even know that there was a new Running Man movie coming out. He was like, "Oh, they made another run." I was like, "Yeah." So, and it looked relatively interesting because my dad, is like he's really into science fiction and stuff. So, a lot of people, I do agree that yeah, a lot of people don't think new unless you go to the movies and you saw the trailer that this film was even coming out. So Goldstein, the former Warner Brothers marketing guru who steered the Burbank studio through a green path with day-to-day launches during direct popcorn with Dune, among other pure theatrical hits like Dune 2 and The Batman, is known to pull rabbits out of his hat in the final laps of a marketing push. He pushed out another round of Running Man trailers that emphasized thematic elements that targeted varying demos. The simple conceit of the first trailer didn't seem to be cutting it. The entire world against Powell's Ben Richards. And funny enough, what you see in the trailer is a lot of what you see in the movie. So it felt like they was giving too much away. The pick tested in high 80%, hence the push for a November holiday date. No, Running Man jumped around the month, initially versing Universal's Wicked for Good on November 21st, then moving to November 7th against 20th Century Studios' Predator Badlands, which y'all know is doing fairly well at the box office. Running Man finally landed on November 14th, aka the James Bond date per distribution sources, a great place to launch in the pre-Thanksgiving period, and an ideal date to grab IMAX screens, which is what I saw it in, by the way. And I will say this: the when I went to go see the Running Man in IMAX, it's fairly packed in there. So there was a lot of people. And even some of them, when I was reading this article a couple of days ago, they were trying to say it was mostly men over the age of 25. No, there was kids in there too. Like literally, I saw like a teacher bring his little class, and this is what I understand. Like, this is a thing that y'all do where y'all should be in school getting education. You got teachers bringing kids to the damn movies. which I found bizarre. But if you like it, I love it. Now, um, then it said Running Man's shoes were tied up upon arrival of tracking 3 weeks ago with a 20 million projection, not ideal for a production this size, with hopes of being a franchise starter. In the end, they were told that marketing dollars were cut, which can happen to any major studio release when the audience diagnostics aren't looking right. Advanced ticket sales on Tuesday took a downturn once reviews hit, critics dinging the Wright feature over its social satire. Running Man's reviews were better than Now You See Me's 64% fresh to 59% rotten, and their cinema scores the same at a B plus. Now they're saying what gives for this situation. Basically, there was more love for Lionsgate's Magician movie and a wider, more female-dominated audience than the power sci-fi action movie. And what people need to also realize too is that Now You See Me is a pre-existing franchise. People are familiar with the previous two movies, so familiarity. I think that also may have drawn people to go see that film versus this other film. I think maybe the way that they marketed the film, people couldn't tell what the overall tone was. Is it an action movie? Is it comic? Is there an action movie with comedic elements? Is it a thing on? Is it like a social satire? Like I don't think tone wise people could tell what this film was. And basically, when you watch it, tonally, like I said earlier, it was all over the place. I mean, Glenn, like I said, Glenn Powell was good in it, and I did fairly like that scene of him with the towel on where he was climbing down trying to get in his room. You saw the cheeks. There is a nude scene in the film. But other than that, it was okay. Or like I said, I was fairly disappointed. So they said that in post-track exits, Powell was the third reason why audience went to see the movie after looked fun and exciting in the sci-fi genre. That's kind of bad though, because it's like Glenn Powell's not even the main reason why people went to go see it. They wanted to go see it because it looked like a fun and exciting film, or number two, because I'm a fan of science fiction, so therefore I want to kind of see this. And if you really think about it, like when I watched the film, I do agree, like, I don't feel like the film offered up anything new. Because if you take on a genre that's been a story told so many times, like man goes against establishment, there's always got to be a certain different angle to get people to want to go. Like, what is the story that you're trying to tell that's different than the many man versus oligarchy sci-fi stories that we've seen told time and time and time and time again? What new angle are you offering? Kind of like, for example, Predator Badlands. When you look at Predator Badlands, it offers something completely different than what we've seen from the other Predator movies. I know there were some people that were like, you know what, I want to see I want predators killing humans. We've seen that already. We've seen it in Predator. We've seen it in Predator 2. We've seen it in Predators. We've seen it in um, the Predator movie with we've seen it in Alien versus Predator. We've seen it in all the different predators. But in this one, we actually have a perspective of the predator where now Wayland Yutani is dealing with some stuff and they're caught up in it. And then he's got dealings with his whole the Yauchka clan and dealing with all that stuff. So that was a new take on the franchise, which made it interesting, and word of mouth is what got people to see it. So like when you see this film, it's like, what is there new that you're offering? And I don't think this film offered anything relatively new, except you just put a new actor in it that people have never seen this type of film. Was it different than what we got from the Arnold Schwarzenegger Maria Conchita Alonso version? Yes. But for the most part, it's fairly disappointing. So the thing said, as they previously reported, Now You See Me 3 made more with the PG-13 rating than Running Man with its R. And also people need to realize that Twisters and Top Gun Maverick were PG-13 rated films. Now, says one person close to the production, they said Running Man shouldn't be seen as a referendum that Glenn Powell can't open a movie. Because this is kind of like what they're doing with that. And I don't think it's fair on people to kind of put this off on Glenn Powell, because he did everything he needed to do. He showed up and did what he needed to do as an actor. And I thought he was not the bad part of the film. It was just the movie in general, tone wise. As I stated before, I don't know what was Edgar Wright trying to say with his movie. They said the actor a la Ryan Reynolds, Tom Cruise, Dwayne Johnson, etc., is known for rolling his sleeves up in the post process and completely pulling out the stops of the promotional tour. They were told he's an actor who truly cares about the ultimate outcome of his movies. It's never over and done for Powell. Despite the low till on The Running Man, Powell's appeal to middle America actually proved well with an even play for the feature across the country versus the coastal cities, which is where sci-fi generally pops. Now, one of the final bitter pills to swallow when it comes to Running Man running out of breath is that it's another example of 80s sci-fi IP rebooting failing to connect post-Tron Ares' recent off-gridding. That was a mouthful. 220 million production cost, $140 million global box office. And 2017's Blade Runner 2049, 278 million global box office off of a 150 to 185 production cost. All of this just casts a pall over any 80s sci-fi cult revival occurring again with a hot star and hipster Helmer. This despite the $1.1 billion plus worldwide success of Denis Villeneuve's Dune franchise, that original Frank Herbert source material bombing back under the direction of David Lynch in 1984 with 31.5 million. The original Arnold Schwarzenegger Running Man movie in 87 seemed to be a downturn for the booming action star with 38 million domestic, unadjusted for inflation, following his then biggest hit with that summer's Predator, 59.7 million domestic and 98.2 million global. The big, more obvious question: why remake Running Man if it wasn't a hit to begin with? So I think that is the overall thing. It's not saying that sci-fi is a dirty word and people don't like it. Trust and believe. I love science fiction movies if you have something new to say. But I guess the question remains is why continue to remake movies that did not do well at the box office? Like, I love Blade Runner. It wasn't a box office hit. I loved Blade Runner 2049. So you get an A for effort, Denis. But it didn't do well financially. Visually, it looked great. Thematically, the story and everything was pretty strong. It was great that you brought back Harrison Ford. I liked Ryan Gosling in the role as the new replicant, Blade Runner, whatever you want to call it, similar to what Harrison Ford's character was in the original film, even though they got like 8 different versions of the original movie. I love that film, and I'm glad that you know what Denis did what he did. But the franchise, it seems like it just has like it's a cult hit. It's a cult classic, and Running Man didn't do all that well either. So why even bother trying to remake that? There's so many other IPs from Stephen King they could have touched on, but I always feel like, and I never read the book, but I've heard that the third act is pretty polarizing. So it's hard to try to see how you can take the latter half of that book and make it palatable for people to watch it on the big screen. So yeah, so there you have it. That was a whole mouthful. That was a lot we had to break down regarding the whole situation. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Well, they said any only older males showed up this weekend, and that emphasized on the title's finite appeal with men over 25 repping close to half the audience. Well, like I said earlier, I don't necessarily know if I agree with that because when I went to go see it in IMAX, there were people around my age. There were also, I think, a lot of younger guys there. There were guys I believe that looked like to me they were in their mid 20s to mid 30s. There were also kids in the audience. So I don't necessarily think that the demographic was men over 25 because there were some women in there. Yeah, there was more men than women, but there were women there that went to go see it, and also there were men under the age of 25 that were there. So I don't necessarily know if I agree with that source telling the Running Man thinking that the appeal was just for men over 25. I guess that's their assumption because they assume that's who's going to go, excuse me, see these type of movies. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Did you happen to check out the Running Man at the box office this past weekend? And why do you think the movie didn't do that well at the box office? And what are your overall thoughts? Did you like the movie? Did you think it was all right? Were you disappointed? Did you think the movie was all over the place, or did you think it was just the best thing science fiction movie you've seen in, like, ever? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Now hold on, I gotta drink me some water. And I said we got a lot of comments, so let me get to it. One more week. Stranger Things. I almost forgot about that. I was like, yeah. I is here. Magical Mermaids in the building. Oh yeah, I was working Monday Night Raw. Vampires are film, one genre that will never die. Only 64 million. Onya was arrogant about local girls should bow down. Well, she did win the show. Love your video. Oh, I mean live. Thank you, thank you. He said, I need to know how I was made. By my parents fucking. Kesha is dropping the 15th anniversary of Animal and Cannibal, combining both albums. Then I was hearing something about her celebrating the 15-year anniversary of her debut album. But that makes sense for her to do Animal and Cannibal, like combine them both. Yeah, because I had heard that there was an article that was on Rolling Stone. I didn't get to read it, but I did see it in the thing. Who says I didn't? You said I liked and subscribed. I'm kind. Well, thank you. I was like, what happened? That bill's on Orange's desk. There's a lot of bills on that damn desk. Well, thank you for letting me know. I know some people watch. Look, that's why I'm gonna keep both versions. Easy to make shorts, clips, which helps generate followers. I make the clips, and I realize that the clips is actually what I've noticed that has drawn more people to wanting to see the show, or they subscribe to the show. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was funny enough, I watched, just to refresh my memory, I actually watched The Running Man last month, the Arnold Schwarzenegger one. It's on, I think it might still be on Prime Video. You said my teeth were my co-star. They clearly were. It's a Hollywood putting unknown stars in $102 million films needs to stop. You wanna know something? I actually like John Carter. It took me years to try to watch that. Um And when I finally got around to it, I'm like, this movie is not as bad as everybody was trying to make it out to be. John Carter was watchable. Latin Zane says Hollywood needs to stop trying to make D-list actors superstars. Oh, he's trying to say Glenn Powell's a D-lister. You want to know something? I never thought about that, but he actually is. He is the remake. Like every movie he's been in, it's a remake. You were in a sequel to Twisters. They tried to say it was a remake, but it felt more like its own little distant cousin, whatever. And you did reheat some of the original movies nachos and added your own a little other. You added some things in there, and then Top Gun, a sequel. And then we have Running Man, a remake. I think the only original movie he's done was probably that little action comedy he did on Netflix, and then the one he did with Sydney Sweeney. Is this a sequel, requel, or a movie in similar name only? They said it's The Running Man is it. I guess it would be considered a remake. It's based off of the book, but when you watch both versions, two different tones. Glenn should go the romantic comedy route. I feel like that could be his lane. Look at how Bradley Cooper built. Yeah, I'm thinking he's gonna have to go into that, or maybe he needs to do like. I mean, you can go rom com route, like similar to what we were saying. Like you said, Bradley Cooper. I was thinking Matthew McConaughey, only because they're both from Texas, so that's why I kind of lumped them two together. So that could be the direction he should go into. He said they got my money at a glistening Glen Powell in a towel. And then he takes the towel off to break the window. I'm like, okay, chinks. Channing Tatum built his name on romantic movies, technically. Yeah. Remember, he started on them, what do you call it, them step up movies. Remember, he was in the first one? They do have a lot of new ideas, but it just seems like we talked about it this year. There's been a lot of original IPs. Weapons is an original IP. Sinners is an original IP. Yeah, there was a lot of remakes and all these other things that came out, but there's been a lot of original ideas. Some of them ain't been doing well at the box office, but mostly there's been a couple apart. There's been a couple of exceptions. What was the other movie that I saw that I loved? Companion. That was an original idea. I love that movie. It just didn't do well at the box office. Ryan Gosling's career is all over the place. Yeah, that's another thing. Y'all need to figure out what genre. I mean, as an actor, I do feel like you should test the waters and try out different things and see um what works and what doesn't. But I don't know if you have a clear definition of who he is. But look, I know Ryan Gosling is hoping and praying he could possibly cook out a hit with him doing a new Star Wars movie. Black Love is in the building. Not Monday night. Shut up. That ain't the role I'm talking about. First of all, let me tell you something. There be a lot of cute boys at them at the WWE, and I know they ain't all straight. When I get around to watching Selena, I told you I've been so busy. I have not really been getting to watch anything. I haven't even. I'm even 2 episodes behind of what is that show? The one that Robert just talked about. Welcome to Derry. I'm behind on that. I literally tried to watch this past episode of Dragula 3 times and fell asleep on it. That's how busy and exhausted I am. So I'm trying to play catch up with a lot of stuff. Yeah, but look, he's coming back and doing another one. He's doing another mummy. Hopefully it doesn't suck. You know, Matthew's first acting role was everybody starts out somewhere, right? You get some people that start on unsolved mysteries. Some people start out doing what's like the show Law and Order or Law and Order SVU. A lot of people start out that way. WWE trade, and some of them got. I sometimes like when you see these guys, you forget like how huge these wrestlers are. I'm like, God damn, what kind of steroids y'all taking? No, they definitely are not at the WWE. Well, who isn't? Oh, you talking about straight people? Okay. One of George Clooney's first roles on the Golden Girl. Speaking of Golden Girls, I think they were they were mentioning something or another about a 50th anniversary. So I'm like, damn, the Golden Girls been around that long. I thought it came out in the 80s. But oh wait, 1984. No, 1984 would not be 50 if we in would it 2025? No, can't be. Apparently, I don't know math. I can't count. But there was mentioning something on Hulu regarding like an anniversary situation. So wasn't it? Well, did it come out in '85? He said, "Well, yeah." George Clooney. I remember. Wasn't he on the Facts of Life too? I could have sworn George Clooney was on the Facts of Life. I watched a special on Hulu about it just now. Yeah, I saw that there was something about uh the fact. I mean, the Golden Girls on Hulu. That's what I'm referring to. Oh, okay. Thank you. Because apparently I don't know. I don't know math. And if it was 2035, it would be 50. He said Clooney was a regular on a couple of seasons. Oh yeah, I remember that too. Oh yeah, okay. So I'm a child. That's what I said. How I expanded on an extra 10 years. It was the 40th anniversary. Yeah, that's what I say. He was on the Facts of Life, but so that means he was on the Facts of Life before the Golden Girls, because the Facts of Life came out before the Golden Girls. Facts of Life come out like when did that come out? 81, maybe 78, 79. So yeah, George Clooney was around for a long time before he hit it big on ER. Sidebar, I think he was also in Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Remember that movie? Okay, it was 79. Thank you. That's what I said. I knew it was around that time because I used to watch the reruns. Shout out to Tootie. Speaking of which, I need to watch that Reliving Single episode with Queen Latifah. I did put that in my queue to watch as a reminder because I definitely want to watch that one. Like I've seen a couple of clips of all the other ones, so I need to watch the one with Queen Latifah because I know that's going to be a good one. You said not 6, 7 being censored by YouTube. Wait, what's 6 and 7? Wait, something happened? Where there's things being censored on YouTube? Because I'm like, I'm not saying it. But anyway, let's get back into the show, y'all. And let's see where we're going with that. Oh, speaking of Edgar Wright and the Running Man, and that not doing well, I don't know if this is going to happen, but apparently He's attached to doing a Barbarella movie with Sydney Sweeney. Now, his movies don't necessarily be doing that well, and I like Edgar Wright. Out of all the movies he's done, there's only like a handful that I actually cared for. I like Hot Fuzz. I did like Shaun of the Dead. Shaun of the Dead is definitely like one of my favorite horror movie comedy satires, I guess you want to call it. Also, Baby Driver. I enjoyed Baby Driver. All his other movies could usually be hit or miss, but those are like the top three that I care for. But for the most part, there's a rumor that was going around where he was attached to doing a Barbarella movie with Sydney Sweeney back in 2024. I just realized I didn't even put the picture up for that. But yeah, back in 2024 he was attached and we hadn't heard anything since. But then he went on Josh Horowitz's podcast and he basically opened up about it. So shout out to Comic Book Movie for this story. They said the critical and commercial success of movies like Anyone But You and Immaculate have made it easy for Sydney Sweeney to shrug off Madam Web. Oh God, I forgot about that movie. And I'm sure many millions others have as well. She also confessed that starring in the Marvel movie was a means to an end when it came to strengthening her relationship with Sony Pictures. Edgar Wright's long rumored Barbarella remake is one of many projects Sweeney is attached to as her star in Hollywood continues to rise, even though the box office numbers do not. Even amidst recent controversies and some notable flops, such as Eden and Christie, the actress remains a bankable star. We also have a film coming out that's in a couple of this winter called The Housemaid, which I just saw that tickets went on sale for that because I just got the notification from the A list that you can go and get tickets for that. I'm like, I don't know. I got to see a trailer. Like, I'm not really big on Sydney Sweeney, but I'll probably wait for that to come out on streaming or whatever. But anyway, so it says it's been over 3 years since we first learned that a Barbarella movie was in development, with Sweeney attached to play the title character and Wright eyed to direct. In a recent interview with Josh Horowitz, Wright, who stopped short of revealing whether it's his next project, explained what would draw him to Barbarella and why he's open to working on a comic book movie, but not a superhero one. Well, y'all seem to forget, once upon a time, not long ago, he was attached to do an Ant-Man movie and there was some drama with him and Marvel, Disney, and it caused him to part ways with them. So that's why I think Bob Iger, who has been accused of bullying in a lot of situations, there was even an animated film that came out recently, a series or whatever on Disney Plus, I believe, and then one of the guys that worked on it was like boycott Disney because they're all about putting AI and stuff into the animation that they're using a lot of like artificial intelligence instead of paying people to do the animation work, which Disney has been accused a lot of times of treating their animation department like a bunch of damn slaves. There's been many topics about this where you notice that a lot of the people are overworked, a lot of people that work in like the effects houses are overworked and underpaid. And then a lot of times when we watch a lot of these films, we get on social media, conglomerates like Twitter and Reddit, and we make fun of a lot of the special effects for looking like shit. So in the project, it says, I think if that did happen, it would be more of an adaptation of the source material. Oh yeah, Scott Pilgrim versus the World. That was another one I liked of his too. Forgot about that movie. That's where him and Michael Cera worked, with each other. Hence why I guess he had that cameo in the new uh what was the movie? The Running Man. Almost forgot the movie. We just talked about it in the last segment. The Running Man. And I have to say this. He was actually the best part of that movie. Like I loved his scenes. It wasn't just one little scene he had. He had a couple of scenes, and whenever he pops up in the scenes, he was relatively funny. Like he was the most exciting part of the film. Where it's otherwise had like this dour dystopian type of feel. But then I told you earlier, the tone for that film was all over the place. So I don't want to rehash all of that again. So he says, I love the original and I probably watched that in entirely the right, I mean, exactly the right age. Too young. The script is by Terry Southern, though you could feel the Terry Southernness of it start to, there's a lot of that in there. And when it's really sharp, it's great. It's beautiful to look at and it's fun and subversive. The books themselves are just beautiful and really imaginative and progressive. I like the movies of that era. They're all Italian movies that have that pop art sensibility. Which is like when you look at films like Barbarella and Flash Gordon, another film that I love, oh, Worms. I love me some Flash Gordon. When you got kind of like that vibe or whatever, that's kind of like tonally what Barbarella was given. Also, another movie that I always like, but was given an NC-17 back in the day, Zardoz with Sean Connery. I remember hearing about that when I was younger, and then I finally got around to watching it because I'd never seen it, but I had watched it about I think a month ago. It was on Prime Video. I think through MGM Plus, I think it might have been. I don't because I do pay for MGM Plus, and it's a part of the whole package with Prime Video. So it might have been on either one of those. I just can't remember exactly which streaming situation that I saw it from. But because it's under the Prime Hub, I just lump all that together. So he said, after my experience with Ant-Man, I was not interested in superhero movies generally, but that doesn't mean I'm not interested in a comic book movie. I'd love to do another comic book movie. One of the reasons Michael Bacall did The Running Man is because we'd been working on a different comic book adaptation that fell apart rights-wise. I don't want to say what it is in case it comes back. And then they start laughing. And he says, The Running Man, as y'all know, underperformed at the box office, and that's going to hurt Wright's ability to get a big budget project greenlit moving forward. Because I was sitting there thinking that as well, that with The Running Man not doing well, will this Barbarella film actually get made? Because to be honest, if you really look at the numbers for Edgar Wright's films, Edgar Wright has never been somebody who has been a big opener of movies at the box office. So it's kind of hard for him when you look at his track record that people want to trust him being with that kind of IP that a lot of people accept if you are of a certain age that you'll be familiar with. Like I don't even think I was born yet when uh this movie came out. Barbarella. Oh wait. Um I wasn't born because now I'm looking at it. The movie came out in 1968. So yeah, no, born when the film came out. 1968, isn't that when Kylie Minogue was born around that time? So the movie's like 50 some odd years old. It was not a huge success, but it became a cult classic and it's got like, it's campy, it's got erotic themes, iconic visuals, and I think that's what drew a lot of people to it. So like what he was saying, like that whole pop art type of vibe. And the comic was created by French comic book writer Jean-Claude Forest. Barbarella debuted in the French comic Barbarella, serialized in V Magazine in 1962 before later being published as a graphic novel. And the character is a futuristic space adventurer and interstellar agent from the 41st century. She navigates various planets and encounters strange beings and situations, often depicted in a highly sexualized and psychedelic manner. And there's one thing about Sydney Sweeney and the boobs, she could use all of that to her advantage in regards of kind of playing up those highly sexualized, psychedelic, campy, erotic themes and all that stuff. So she could play into that. If she could do that with that stupid ass Jean campaign, she could do that with this movie. But the problem is, if you're gonna make a movie like Barbarella, y'all gonna have to do that overseas somewhere and do it on a budget where it's not going to break the bank. You can't make a movie like Barbarella for 110 million, 120, 150 million dollars. You're going to have to try to find a way to make this movie on a maybe 60 to I'd even see $75 million budget. You got to make that for a small budget and hope that you can recoup that and even hope that Sydney's star power can get people interested in wanting to see that. But with a lot of the films that she's been doing flopping as of late, I don't know if she's able to even pull a smidge of people who would even care enough to want to see her in this film. But if it gets done, we'll see. But I don't know. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you think there's a possibility that we could see Sydney Sweeney in a Barbarella movie, or would you even care enough to want to see this film? Because it's like, yeah, that film was before my time. I'm not really familiar with Barbarella is outside of Jane Fonda being in it and seeing that film like in later years when you can watch that on digital or you can rent it or stream it, whatever the case is. But it's like, would a new audience even care about this film? I guess they would just have to find the overall tone, the wherewithal, the visuals. That's really gonna have to draw a lot of the young boys in the film and a lot of men of a certain age in the film that want to get and even trying to pander to that female audience as well. I mean, who knows? Maybe Barbarella, the new version with Sydney Sweeney, could be the new Barbed Wire. I do like that movie, even though that movie was terrible. But I love Pam Anderson in it. So let me know. And they're supposed to be making a TV series of that, remember? So maybe they can figure it out. Or maybe Barbarella will work better as a TV series on streaming, whatever, a 10 episode series or whatever. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hold on. I'm going to make sure I close these windows or window. Now let's see what the people are saying. They mentioned the 6-7 thing to South Park on South Park a couple of weeks. I do love me some South Park. Jane Fonda says, "Try me, little girl." Who asked for Barbarella though? When Hollywood makes remakes on movies that came out during Gen Boomer, I don't see Gen X or Gen Z or millennials going to see this film. Agreed. Although this kind of had me wondering about Masters of the Universe. But then again, Masters of the Universe came out in the 80s. So I do think that there's a better chance of people want to go see that before they go see a Barbarella because we have some kind of a, association with that. Flash Gordon 1980 was the boy worms. I wasn't even born, child. Edgar Wright creates cult classics, not blockbusters. Scott Pilgrim will always be my fave. Yeah, he's a cult classic director, and I think that's what he has to come to terms to. And yeah, there could be a cult. I guess if you're gonna make a Barbarella movie, people have to go in just assuming that it's not gonna do well financially because it's not gonna bring in $500 million. Like it's not gonna bring in. I don't think it's gonna do that. Child, I'm trying so hard not to sound like John Campea with all that shit where he be talking about. It's not a $1 billion movie. Like I don't always expect everything to be a $1 billion film. But if it's got that whole vibe of a cult classic situation, it's like you got to go in expecting like this movie is not gonna really blow the box office the socks off. Yeah, it was. Besides the workout videos, a lot of those sweating to the oldies type shit that them Richard Simmons. I can remember like in the 80s how everybody was so big on the working out and all the other stuff, those workout videos. Not John Campbell makes me drier than the Sahara. Well, that's one thing you don't want to hear his wife Ann ever say because he was doing that, child. I mean, like, God help her. Anyway, reads aside, let's move back into the show. Excuse me. And let's talk about Ariana Grande Frappuccino. So I'm sure y'all already heard this tea regarding, y'all saw the pictures and y'all saw the video of Ariana and Cynthia Erivo over in Singapore promoting uh Wicked for Good. And there was some idiot that decided to jump over the fence, the barricade, I guess you want to call it, bob and weave through security. First of all, you security officers, it need to be a requirement that y'all run a couple of 30 minutes on a treadmill before you even just try to secure me. Like it needs to be a requirement because y'all can't be walking around like we were wobbling trying to get to the talent because he could have did a whole Ana de Armas and ballerina and knifed her. And what would have happened? Her little 49-pound ass would have been all over the floor, bleeding sandpaper or powder or sand, because you know how skinny or bony she is. It was like she could have been doing all of that. She could have been laying on the floor. But here comes Cynthia Erivo, bull dagger behind, throwing them bows, protecting her girl. This whole dynamic between them, I don't know what it is with me, but I'm not buying it. I'm like, okay, y'all a little too lovey-dovey for me. I'm not making lesbianic proclamations between that, but it just feels so overdone and disingenuous. I'm just not buying this whole girly sisterhood thing between them. And sidebar, speaking of Wicked for Good, it's not getting rave reviews. And a lot of people out here are running around saying it's a sequel. It's not a sequel. It's the second half of the book or the second half of the movie because it was split in two parts, similar to Kill Bill being split into volume one and volume two, even though it's considered one movie. And next month it is being released as a 4.5 hour film called on The Whole Bloody Affair. And Stephen King's it. One book split into two, which was the way they did it with the miniseries and the way they did it with the movie. Which, sidebar, when it comes to it, It always seems that second half has always been the weakest, even in the mini series and in the theatrical remake with Annie Muschietti. But anyway, with all that being said, BBC News is reporting that Johnson Wen was found guilty of being a public nuisance in Singapore on Monday by the court on Monday, as shown in the viral video. The 26-year-old Australian jumped over a barricade at the musical sequel's Asian premiere on Thursday and rushed to Grande, who was protected by her co-star Cynthia Erivo. According to local media, Wen pleaded guilty to the incident. The court heard on Monday that Wen attempted to intrude on the red carpet twice, once when he charged at Grande, and another time when he was escorted out by security. Wen told the judge that he would not do it again, which I'm not buying because once upon a time, not long ago, there was somebody had to remind me of this, but they said that he's done this before, that he's done this to Katy Perry. I don't necessarily remember what the overall situation or where it happened, but I heard that he did it to Katy Perry. But nevertheless, it doesn't matter because what you doing it to her, it doesn't matter the circumstance. You did it to somebody, you jumping all over barricades, you doing inappropriate stuff. This is kind of like the equivalent of, like, remember when there was like this prankster that was going around that did it to I think he did something. It was like, I think it might have been the same guy that did something to Will Smith and did it to Tom Cruise, and Tom Cruise got tight. It was like, you being so glib or whatever the case was. So yeah, there was that. I was like, almost forgot to put the picture up. So yeah, that's him right there looking like something out of oh my God, One Piece. That's what he looked like. Something out of that show One Piece, which I'm looking forward to season 2 when that comes out. So they also said that oh, now, Wen often posts on social media about getting close to celebrities at events and premieres. He has previously found his way on stage it was at the concerts of Katy Perry, The Weeknd, The Chainsmokers, and others. On his Instagram story the day after the Wicked for Good premiere, Wen posted that he was free after being arrested. Though Grande has not publicly commented on the incident, Erivo alluded to it during a screening at LA over the weekend, said, "We have come through some ish." I mean, F word, even this last week, let's be honest. Well, here's the thing. Ariana did address it because this is like days ago where she and Cynthia were kind of like, past all the press and everything, and pretty much was saying like, we're good. No, it's no, situation. They've done water under the bridge, all that mess. So it's been dealt with. And that was, I guess, her version of addressing it. So yeah, it was like I was gonna bring the video, but I'm like, look, I got the picture, so y'all can pretty much see that. There goes Cynthia River with all that. Look at all that back muscle she got. She go, did all of that. She's about to F him up. But here's the thing. This boy seems like he gets off on all of this. This is like an attention grab for him. This is helps him go viral. And it's sad that you get a lot of people in this situation where they feel like these are the drastic measures that I have to take in order to get into close proximity of celebrity or that I can go viral on social media. But y'all be out here looking like a whole damn clown. And my thing is this: is it worth it? Is the juice worth the squeeze? Is it worth y'all doing this foolishness so that way you can get something on your record that you went and jumped and tried to, and you aggressively grabbed a celebrity who doesn't know you, who you could be doing all kinds of, like, I don't know what you're capable of. You could be a stalker. And you already know Ariana been through some ish when it was a whole bomb situation that happened at one of her concerts. She lost Mac Miller when she was dating him. Like, there's always been, this girl been through a lot. There was some things I side eye on too. But for the most part, in this situation, she been through some things. So you would think that some of y'all would have some goddamn sense. Now, in addition to that, let's get into this story regarding Wicked for Good and the numbers. So, like I said earlier, Wicked for Good is not getting the greatest reviews over on, from the reviewers, the critics, or whatever. I don't know if people take, these days of critics hold enough weight with a lot of situations, but I'm feeling like it's going to be the overall consensus that while the box office is not going to be hurt, while a lot of people are probably expecting the same amount of greatness they felt from the first half of Wicked when they go in to see this film, a lot of critics saying that it falls short. So now, according to Variety, they said in the opening number, "Wicked for Good," Glinda. Remember, she was Galinda, but then she cut it to Glinda, sings a celebratory song, "Thank Goodness," to quell the anxieties of the citizens of Oz. Cinema owners will be humming a similar tune over the weekend as the second half of the Broadway smash arrives on the big screen. Wicked for Good is flying to 150 million to 180 million from 4,000 North American theaters in its first weekend of release, a heroic start after a dismal fall at the box office. A debut in the higher end of that range would rank as the year's biggest launch over April's Minecraft movie with 162 million, May's Lilo and Stitch remake 146 million. The big budget musical is primed to shatter the debut of 2024's Wicked, which set a record for stage to screen adaptations and 112.5 million over the same pre-Thanksgiving frame. Well, I think the reason why Wicked is going to be doing well is because people already seen it. It's like between going to the movies, the word of mouth, and those of us who waited until streaming, because I saw it on Peacock, and who saw that film and was like, "Oh my god, this movie actually is pretty good." So now I feel like because it has had enough time for everybody to see that first piece, the first half of the film, now it's like that momentum. People are like, "Oh my god, now I want to go see this second half." So of course that's why the numbers is going up. Speaking of which, since they was talking about the Lilo and Stitch remake, the live action one, have y'all seen the Moana trailer? The live action one that's coming out, that actually looks pretty good. I think I might want to go see that one. Now, Universal, the studio behind Wicked, is offering an estimate of 125 million or more for the second installment. It's a highly more conservative figure because projections for the first film were lofty, with some exhibitors suggesting above 130 million before ticket sales floated to a still spectacular 112.5 million. Box office prognosticators, sorry, are bullish. However, because Wicked is a known entity this time around and for good is billed as the must-see conclusion to Elphaba and Glinda's epic journey down the yellow brick road. Now, they said the film will loom over the domestic box office charts as two other newcomers, Sony's bloody action thriller Sisu: Road to Revenge. If y'all have not seen Sisu, I highly recommend that. There's a lot of people who have not heard of that film, and when I introduced it to them, they get. I'm like, oh my god, this movie was crazy. So if you want to see some crazy over the top action, people getting limbs getting blown off and all kinds of craziness, a guy taking a big old knife into his skull, like there's a lot of crazy action and violence in that film. I definitely want to see the sequel, so I'm looking forward to that. I think well, not think, I did get my ticket for that already, so I'm gonna go see that this week. Um, and they said the Searchlight dramedy Rental Family. I think isn't that the movie with Brendan Fraser? Try to serve as counter programming against the Pink and Green musical. Sisu 2 is aiming for 3 million from 2,100 venues. Those ticket sales are similar to 2022 Sisu, which ignited to 3.3 million before tapping out with 7 million domestically and 14 million globally. Rental Family, okay, so it is. This says starring Brendan Fraser as a struggling actor who lands the not so plum job of playing stand in roles for strangers in Japan, is also targeting a debut with the low single digits from 1,900 North American locations. Well, that definitely sounds like a movie that's not going to do well at the box office. I don't even know why they would even recommend releasing that. But then Steven Spielberg said something recently that he really pushes for these smaller films to get released because they don't want the theaters to be over dominated by blockbuster films. But that seems to be the way that these big chains are. That's what they're pushing for. The big blockbuster films are the only things that's making them money because people aren't really like people are being really picky and choosy with how they spend their money. Tickets are getting too expensive, concessions is too expensive. Hence why I do the A list where it's like $27 a month. You can see any, four movies a week. And concessions, I don't be really buying. I mean, who doesn't sneak food in the theater? But for the most part, it's like the concessions is like OD expensive. And I understand that's where they make their money, but theaters I think need to do better with trying to find ways to get butts in seats. Now, this is directed by John M. Chu. Wicked for Good chronicles the second act of the stage show as the Wicked Wizard, Jeff Goldblum, and Madame Marable, played by Michelle Yeoh, attempts to turn all of Oz against Elphaba and brand her as the Wicked Witch of the West. Meanwhile, the Green Witch's perky BFF, played by Ariana Grande, as y'all know, embraces her public persona as Glinda the Good. For Good will certainly electrify the box office, but the question is whether this entry will enjoy the same kind of staying power as the original. Well, we'll definitely have to see when that happens because, yeah, um, the reviews aren't that great. First week numbers, like, okay, that's awesome that it's going to bring in 125 million. But the question remains is the second week, the third week, can it maintain that number? Because y'all have to realize after this week, Zootopia 2 comes out. And y'all know when it comes to the families and all the other stuff, families are pretty much being selective as to what movies they want to take their kids to see. And it's been a minute since there's been a kiddie film that's out that they feel like, okay, let's scrape up some money and I can take all the kids and, all that stuff to see the film. And I think Zootopia 2 is one of those films that parents will be like, okay, I scraped up enough money. Let's go see this film. And then I'm going to get one big bucket of popcorn. Y'all all going to have to share that shit. So it's going to be something like that. But anyway, so um that comes out on November 26th, which is like the week of Thanksgiving. And what they said that these blockbusters attempt to break the record set over last Turkey Day with 433 million across all films, led by Wicked Part 1, Moana 2, and Gladiator 2. So those films came out around that time last year. So yeah, there you have it. Now, what do you guys think of this story? I definitely want to hear from y'all. Are you looking forward to seeing Wicked for good? Are you going to go see this film? Do you have high hopes for the movies? Have you read the reviews? Some of the critics have come out and said that, yeah, it's not as great as the original movie, the first half. I can't say the original movie because it's one movie in the situation. And yeah, they said that it's not as spectacular as the first Wicked. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. And did the other day I saw that I don't know if somebody tagged me in it or I happened to scroll and it popped up in my feed. But I was watching this video. I don't know if it was Instagram or Facebook. But an old video of Latoya Jackson doing her workout video popped up in my feed, and I was sitting there watching it. They had that, and I realized the panderization of it all because everything when it came to the Jacksons had to sound like what it was that Michael and Janet was doing. So even down to the music that they was playing that she was working out to had kind of like that whole Michael Janet type of vibe of what type of music they did. And she was up in there doing her little step and dance moves and all other stuff while the other lady was, calling out the different the 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you got Detective Latoya, shout out to D-Listed, because that's what he used to always call her. Detective Latoya be up in there doing her little stepping move. The guy should have gotten a few months, not just a week. I know 9 days. I'm like, what the hell is that? Mm. With both Katy Perry and The Weeknd, he jumped on stage and grabbed them. Yeah, you out your damn mind because I would have drop kicked your ass. I remember one time some guy did that, and I think Neo smacked him upside down. He did it at the Neo concert, not him, but another dude. Yeah, the homosexuals is definitely gonna turn out. No, I never seen the play with Kristen Chenoweth and Adele Nazim. So I've never gotten around to seeing it. I bought my ticket already. You have to understand that the majority of the fans are people who saw the original musical. People who saw the original know why there's a part one and part two. Yeah, but unfortunately, there's some idiots out there that think this is a sequel. They're like, oh, it's another part. I'm like, no, it's one movie split into two. They filmed all of it together. It's just because of the length, the running time, you know, theaters are always worried about they can't show a 4-hour movie. They can't show a 5-hour movie because they're worried about they want to get as many show times up and running. And there's only so many theaters they can show this thing in. And with Wicked being so popular, e- yes, that was intentional because there was a song um they want to expand on that. So they want to be able to make, that they want to recoup as much money as they possibly can. So you can't make these movies crazy long. So the most they will allow is like close to 3 hours. Unless it's like a Fathom event type situation, similar to the whole bloody affair, which they're gonna actually finally attach both Kill Bill movies together. Now, what I'm hoping with that is, can y'all please, after a while, finally release the whole bloody affair as one film so I can have that? Because I would love to have that as a collection. I only got to see it once about 10 some odd years ago, there was a version that was released with the whole film put together, even down to the crazy 88 scene being fully in color. Because a lot of people was like, oh, they somebody said something or another that, oh yeah, they only show part of it in like black and white. Well, the only reason why Quentin Tarantino, because that wasn't the original idea he had. He wanted to put that whole crazy 88 sequence in color. But because he was going to get an NC-17 rating because of all the blood, he had to compromise and was like, I'll make half of it in black and white. And then you see the part where it goes back in the color. So he had to figure out a way to do that. And he did. Black Love says, I bought my ticket already. You have to understand the majority of the fans, people saw the original musical. Oh, yeah, I read that one right. You said, I have Regal Unlimited. I pay $27 a month, and I can see unlimited movies for the month. Yes, I'm paying the same amount with A-list. But all the movies I watch, it definitely feels like that I get to watch as many movies as I want for free. I was in the theater first week in the Grindhouse. Yeah, I think when that came out, I saw that in the movies. I saw Planet Terror and Death Proof in the movies. I kind of like the whole, and I think it's because as a kid, I never got the opportunity to really do the whole Grindhouse thing that I would always hear people like Quentin Tarantino and Eli Roth and so many others talk about. Because my mother was not allowing me as a child of the 80s and 90s to be going into no damn Times Square to watch some freaking Grindhouse movies. I probably have been sex trafficked by now. So she wasn't letting me go out there to no theater to see these type of films, especially how crazy the New York City was at that time. So I never got the opportunity. Now maybe if I was born in like 1971 or 1972, there might have been a way that because I'd have been a slightly older enough to go see those films. But no, I was like a little infant. Like I didn't start becoming aware where I could actually do anything independently on my own, like go to school by myself and take the train and stuff until I was how old was I? Like in like 1994 or something or another. I was old enough. Lindsay Aguilera's in the building. How you doing? It's been a minute since I seen you on here. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the show. And let's talk about this new trailer that I had happened to see called Night Patrol. So I happened to come across this trailer the other day, and it was like because Shudder was behind it. And I was like, and when I first watched the trailer, I'm like, wait a minute, why is Shudder behind a movie called Night Watch? Because when I watched it, it reminded me of this movie called End of Watch with Jake Gyllenhaal and I was like, what's the Scientologist name? Michael Pena. So it reminded me a bit of that. And when I was watching, I was like, since when is Shudder getting the business of doing like police dramas about brutality against black people and things like that in the hood? And I was like, they deal with horror. I continued to watch the trailer, and I was like, oh, so this is where we going. So ever since I saw Get Out, I've been looking for like something that have like a real good social commentary mixed with horror and that sort of thing. This looks like this is gonna be the movie that I'm gonna definitely check out when it happens. So I'm hoping that when I show y'all this trailer, you'll definitely be feeling the same way as I did. So hold on as I was like, wait a minute, why is it doing that? Because it was like rendering. Okay, so hold on. So now we pull this trailer up. If it ends up getting like a monetization strike, I already know I'm gonna edit around it. So I want to show y'all this trailer. We'll come back and we'll talk. Please hold.
When I was a kid, all I wanted to do was be a cop. I just thought it was the coolest thing. We're portrayed differently now. We're seen in a very negative light. Most of us are good, but there are a few bad apples out there.
Turn around and face the other way.
What is this? They shot your sister.
I think it was Night Patrol.
You guys are special. I want to be a part of that. When are you going to let me in on the big secret around here?
You want in Night Patrol? This is it.
What did you do to me?
They vampires.
Tonight, let's go. We show him how Night Patrol hunts.
We bleed colonial courts dry.
I heard what they were. I still didn't believe.
Y'all feel that? Coming for us next.
This is Night Patrol. We need to be ready.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah!
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Hey. This is a sacred night.
This is good versus evil.
We ain't going nowhere till we get some payback on that demon.
Is it demons? It could be lizard man.
What? Yo, Trip, you bought them silver bullets?
Hold up, blood. That's werewolves, man. You tripping?
No, suck it up.
All right, so there you have it. So now I wound up seeing that trailer. I was like, okay, now that definitely looks like something that I would most definitely love to check out in theaters, because it's been a minute since we've seen something that has like horror themes, social commentary. Like I've always liked films, like I said, like Get Out and also Attack the Block. Like I like that film because it was like action sci-fi, but it took place in like a housing projects in South London, and it was like a bunch of kids, a little urban kids, fighting aliens that had taken over the neighborhood. So I always like when we have those themes of like, and then it was another film that came out, I forget the name of it, that was on Netflix with these kids. I think it was called Vampires in the Bronx or whatever. That was another cute one too, even though there was certain parts of it where the execution wasn't there great. But for the most part, I overall enjoy those things. And I always feel like we need a couple of more of those type of films that, you know, because people of color, we like horror films. Us in the hood, well, I'm not in the hood no more. But when I was raised up in the hood, I'll just say that I always like that type of commentary where you could take a lot of things going on in our neighborhood. If you throw a horror movie spin on it with vampires, werewolves, whatever the case is, it is an easier pill for people to swallow those social situations, because if you throw monsters around it, it makes it an easier pill for people to swallow, as long as the overall tone is not hitting or you over the head with it. Similar to like what was that movie I was just talking about? Like The Running Man, which it felt a little, y'all were hammering a little too much with the themes in that film. So they said that at Fantastic Fest this year, the trailers was getting a lot of positive, the movie was getting a lot of positive reception because they screened it at a couple of festivals. Um, well, as specifically Fantastic Fest, which you know shows a lot of horror films. So the film is coming out on January 6th, as y'all saw. And it says it's directed by Low Life and VHS 94 filmmaker Ryan Prowse, who also penned the script with Shay Ogbonna, Tim Cairo, and Jake Gibson. The movie stars Justin Long, who's like, I guess we can call him a Scream King, because he's in a lot of horror movies. He was in Jeepers Creepers, he was in Barbarian, he's in the new Coyote movie that came out. Like, and what was the other movie that I just saw? And like he's been in damn, what was the name of that Christmas horror movie that came out? It's a Wonderful Knife. Like it's been a lot of interesting horror movies. There was also a recent horror movie that he was in that I just saw that he had like it was like a small role though. He didn't die for once, because he always dies in every movie he's in. But anyway, so it also stars Jermaine Fowler, who was in The Blackening, and current WWE World Heavyweight Champion, who I was just with on Monday, CM Punk, who also has been doing a lot of movies and stuff. So it focused on the LAPD force who discovers that some of its fellow cops only patrol the streets at nighttime for a very good reason, because they're vampires. Now, Prowse says of the project, I'm thrilled that we're partnering with RLJE and Shudder to bring Night Patrol to theaters. It's been a long road to get here, and we couldn't have asked for a better team to help push this fun roller coaster of a film out into the world. I'm beyond excited we get to blast our wild film far and wide to a hungry, unsuspecting audience. Now, while speaking to the direct in a recent interview, Prowse also spoke also spoke about the movie's deeper themes of police corruption and violence, and whether he'd simply rather audiences view Night Patrol as a fun vampire flick. And he said, our initial goal was like, let's make a movie where the heroes, quote unquote, heroes of it are like from people in a community that never gets spotlighted. They're never the hero of these movies. And then, yeah, the moral ambiguity of that is like bringing the humanity to it and bringing the character to it. And RJ and Jermaine Fowler and Justin Long like digging into those really sort of multi-sided, multifaceted characters. The fun vampire movies of the horror genre in general is just like make a thrill ride with it. And then obviously there's a lot of, like you said, everything going on today. This touches on that. If you want to dive into that and the thematics of all that is there, but you know the other side of it, just the surface level fun and popcorn sort of thrill ride of it is there too. So that was from the jump. The design of it is to be thrilling and fun and say something and everything in between. So that's basically what I'm looking for in a lot of these type of films. I want them to do those social themes, but also make it fun, bring up like give a lot of those really cool vampire actiony type situations that we love in those films. And definitely is based off of what he's saying, this movie looks like it's definitely up my alley. I'm looking forward to seeing this when it comes out. If there's any kind of early screenings, definitely put me on, let me know. But yeah, these are films that when I see these type of things and I see the potential of something that is something that's not really getting fully promoted that definitely needs to be seen by a larger audience or people needs to be aware of. That's why I like to use this show to bring attention to these sort of things. So with that being said, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Does this movie based on the trailer look like it's something up your alley? Would it be something that you would definitely like checking out? I pretty much thought it looks pretty cool that with this situation because I always want this film like to me I said I like films like this that follows more in the vein of Get Out with the social commentary. But one of the things that I have to say, because I kind of have a love-hate relationship with The Purge. Like, the ideas behind The Purge, the social commentary behind The Purge, the themes are there. But I'd always felt like Lionsgate or whoever was behind the whole Purge situation, because Lionsgate technically is behind it, but whoever the idea people or whoever was in charge of this whole franchise, I always felt like it really never got to fully execute the themes that the franchise was trying to put forth. So in regards to the social comment, I always felt like the execution was pretty poor. So I want y'all to be more Get Out and less The Purge is basically what I'm trying to say. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Felix says, my mom took me to see Total Recall when I was 14, but by 17, I was able to see R-rated movies by myself. I never got to see, first of all, I was way too young to see some Total Recall. I saw that when it came out on VHS. Especially when you see something weird like one with three boobs. I saw Wicked on the cruise, and then I understand it, not to gatekeep, and I'm so protective of Wizard of Oz after the disastrous Return of Oz. Like Return of Oz with Fairuza Balk. It was a bad movie though, but I did like because she was in it. Okay, but Justin looks well, child. Let me tell you, I was looking at him like, okay, Justin, yo, look cute self. He said, always been a crush of mine, but he looks really good here. Well, he had to hit that gym if he's gonna play a cop. Well, yeah, Candyman was another one. When we talking about the Candyman from with Tony Todd, not the one with Nia DaCosta, who went and directed that one, and Yahya Mateen. Yeah, I would check it out. The point is for y'all to go to the movies is to support it, not to stream it. Purchase Blumhouse. I did say Universal, right? Because Blumhouse is a part of Universal, so yeah, it's all in the same umbrella. They said, I want to see. Child, let me tell you. Oh, so you saw the movie already? I don't think you gave me my overall thoughts if you did see it. But you talking about butt cheeks. All right, y'all. So now let's see. Let's get into this next story. And let's talk about Jared Leto. So y'all know Jared Leto apparently struggles to open movies at the box office, especially when it comes to what was the movies he was in? Tron, Ares, Morbius. Like he's been in a lot of films that blockbuster wise, none of y'all care. Well, now, as y'all already know, he is set to play Skeletor in the upcoming Masters of the Universe remake. Because there is an original one that already exists with Dolph Lundgren and Frank Langella. But now they have a new movie coming out. There's been a lot of interesting reviews regarding it, and now some people were wondering, because we did talk about this on the show prior, do people think that this movie is going to flop because he's in it? And I've been saying that I don't think him being in it will determine whether or not the movie does well or not. He's playing the villain. He's not the star. He may be the biggest name in it because everybody knows who Jared Leto is, but he's not carrying the film like he was sent to carry Morbius, which was not good, and Tron, which none of the Tron movies have ever done well at the box office, but yet and still, Disney keeps making them, and I guess they like losing money. So earlier this week, they said that test screenings for Amazon's MGM live action Masters of the Universe had taken place. Word on the movie was positive, and the reboot described as amazing by one source. Now, YouTuber by the name of Mr. H Reviews has chimed in, revealing more about the movie's tone, character designs, and whether Jared Leto has bounced back after recent flops like Morbius and Tron Ares. After it was first reported on Tornado.com, it said that the new Master Universe leans heavily into the comedy and that it's very comedic and very entertaining. Still, it also has plenty of heart and heaps of action with sword choreography that's fantastic. Well, when they say the whole thing about very comedic and very entertaining, I'm thinking it's falling within the tone of Bumblebee, because that was what Travis Knight also wrote and directed, which I liked. And he also did Kubo in the what was it called? Kubo and I always forget how to say the name of that. Kubo and the damn new strings, whatever the hell it's called. So then he also adds character designs very faithful to the toys, very faithful to the toys, right down to the weapons and the vehicles. It feels like a true cinematic translation of the original designs from the costumes to the sets. Now, as for Leto's character, he's reportedly great in the role and is basically channeling Tim Curry, almost a cross between Dr. Frankenfurter from the Rocky Horror Picture Show and Darkness from Legend. They said his face is CGI, so I will reveal that, and apparently it's really good. Well, I figured I thought they would do like makeup similar to what they did with Frank Langella, but I guess what they're doing is they're going to put the little dots on and they'll digitally impose it, however they want him to look. But funny enough, they brought up two parts played by Tim Curry. They basically said Dr. Frankenfurter and Darkness from Legend. Speaking of which, it's been a minute since I've seen Legend because I actually kind of liked that movie. It was such a weird film. Tom Cruise is in that movie, half naked throughout the whole damn movie. Mia Sarah's also in it. I'm sure y'all seen that film. If you haven't, it's on Prime Video. So, and one of the things I will say about Jared Leto, say what you want about him and his weirdness and how he stays in character and he does like dead rats and all that dumb shit behind the scenes. No one's ever complained about his acting. One of the things about Jared Leto, I'll say, he always he always delivers when it comes to the acting. It's just that uh, he can't seem to open a movie. Now, they said Easter eggs are plentiful, but is the movie good? My source really enjoyed the film, the YouTuber shared. Judging by the reception of everyone else, so this is important, it was received like really positively. Pretty much everyone at the screening liked it. It has the potential to be a massive hit. The crowd seemed to love it. It felt like it won people over. Now, while there are bound to be some creative decisions that don't sit right with longtime fans, all signs currently point to Masters of the Universe being a win for the long-running franchise. Whether it could find an audience remains to be seen, but there's plenty of love and nostalgia surrounding He-Man and company. Well, if they pandered to my generation, who grew up with He-Man and all that stuff. I told you I had all the action figures. I had Castle Grayskull. I had Snake Mountain. I had all the toys. I was a big He-Man fan. So if you set y'all trailers up the right way in regards of like, if you market it to, I don't know how you could market it, but however it comes out, if it, I guess, plays into the nostalgia of my childhood, but also delivers really cool action sequences and awesome visuals and stuff, and a lot of half naked He-Man on in the video, in the trailer. Oh, you'll definitely see me front row. Well, I wouldn't be sitting front row because that'd be too close to the screen, but halfway back in the center of this, of the theater where I like to sit anyway. I'll definitely be there opening night. Now, they said, like I said, directed by Bumblebee Hummer Travis Knight. Master of the Universe cast will be led by Nicholas Galitzine as he. It's funny how they said the idea of you, but he's in that red, white, and royal blue movie, which is getting a sequel. where he plays the president's son who falls for the what is it, like the prime minister's son or something or another. It's a homosexual movie. And he plays He-Man, and Jared Leto plays Skeletor. As part of the ensemble, we have Allison Brie as Evelyn, Camila Mendez as He-Man's trusted companion Tila, and Idris Elba playing Tila's father, Man-at-Arms. Now, other notable additions to the cast include Sean C. Wilson as Trapjaw, Kojo Ata as Triclops, Half-Thor Bjornsson as Goatman, Morena Baccarin as the Sorceress, Johannes Hankor Johansson as Fisto, and Jean Shu Zhang as Ram Man. Why do these sound like the gayest names under the damn sun? We got Ram Man, Fisto, Go. Somebody must have been in the S&M coming up with this stuff. It's funny, like we look back on this now, I'm like, this was some gay shit. I ain't mad at it, but y'all was really finding ways of coming around and putting this in kid toys. So anyway, I say all of this to say, what do you guys think of this? Are you excited? Like, does this get you more excited to want to check out He-Man in theaters, whatever the case is? I guess at this point, I just need to see a trailer. Like, I'm hearing all this stuff. Everybody talking about, oh yeah, there's potential. This is going to be a good film. That's getting a lot of positive feedback, which I don't think nothing less because Travis Knight makes good stuff. So, if anybody was going to come on board and really take He-Man and make it palatable for like the nostalgic era and possibly a new generation of fans, I think Travis Knight has what it takes to make that happen. Now the only question is y'all gotta find ways to get butts in seats when this movie comes out. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Jared Leto give power bottom energy. I'm sure he does. Yep, Fisto. I was like, not Fisto. I mean, we got Mephisto, and now we got Fisto. Okay. Now, since we talking about Mephisto and comics, even though he ain't got nothing to do with this story, but we talking about comics, let's get into this new tea regarding Man of Tomorrow. There's a rumor that's going around that this may be our first taste at Wonder Woman making an official appearance in the upcoming film, which actually has me kind of reminds me of like, are they trying to take the same route that they did with the Snyderverse in regard of how they introduced us to Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman? They did it in Batman v Superman, but I was like, we've got our first taste of her when she went and fought, helped Batman and Superman fight Darkseid. I almost forgot his damn name. I had it on the tip of my tongue. Um, Fighting Darkseid. Now they have a new character they're coming in, which kind of pissed me off because I'm like, James Gunn playing games to my, oh no, it's not gonna have Brainiac in it, and then it comes out that Brainiac is the villain. It's like, couldn't if it came out that it was gonna be who it was, can't you just say that? Like, stop with the whole sidestepping and word salad and all that crap. He gets on my nerves with that. But anyway, according to Comic Book Movie, it says fresh details and intel on the DCU continues to roll in as the DC fandom waits for fresh content following the release of Superman and Peacemaker Season 2. Up next is the release of Lanterns and Supergirl, but the upcoming project that might be the most intriguing is Man of Tomorrow. In that Superman follow-up, David Corn Sweat's Man of Steel and Nicholas Holt's Lex Luthor will be teaming up to confront Brainiac. And according to a new report from Nexus Point News, a new DC Comics superheroine will be making her DCU debut. Per the site, a new female hero is being cast for the film. She's just being described as being in her late 20s and having an edge to her. That's interesting. What's interesting is there's a height requirement for this character, and they're looking for a taller actress. In addition, the character is being described as being a warrior and having a strong physique. Well, if you're saying that, that kind of sounds like Wonder Woman because the rumors, well, not even rumor, I think it's just been out that even though she wasn't a part of the original 10-year slate that the DCU and James Gunn was talking about, there was no word about Wonder Woman. They were talking about a Themyscira series on HBO Max and all these other things that was coming out, but then he's trying to shift it and being like, yeah, Wonder Woman is definitely a priority. So I could definitely see them jumping into wanting to bring Wonder Woman into the thing. So it would make sense. And like I said, it seemed like to me you're trying to take the same approach of Batman v Superman, where that's how you introduce, you brought in Batfleck, which I've been seeing. What's his name? Zack Snyder posting a lot of old photos of Ben Affleck as Batman and so many other people from when he was working on those Snyderverse films, which still has people, with the rumors of they're reviving the Snyderverse. We'll have to see. I don't necessarily know if that's where they're going to go with that. I don't even know if Zack Snyder will even want to jump back into dealing with this, going back into the Snyderverse, especially after the way he was treated during his tenure. Would you even want to go back to the same job under new management? Like, no. And the rumor is David Ellison is still trying to acquire with, buying it. They said I think $7.5 billion he's trying to bid. I'm like, can you actually see if you could make Paramount Plus work before you try to buy another damn studio? So I will say this, because a lot of people try to thumb their nose at the whole Nexus Point news. They've been pretty much on point with a lot of their scoops, because they would leak some shit before the Hollywood trades would do it. But that's because Variety, Deadline, THR, all of them are cut to the studios, and they're told, whenever the studios tell them to jump, they go how high. Like, they don't never release nothing unless they're given the go ahead by the studios, which is why I like the likes of Daniel RPK, Jeff Snyder, and Nexus Point News, because Nexus Point News leaked the fact that, well, they got I guess maybe they were right at the time, but then the story came out later on regarding Michael B. Jordan being chosen as the guy who's going to be in the Miami Vice remake. And then they said Glenn Powell, but then word on the curb came around that Austin Butler may be getting the part, because Austin Butler kind of went around the whole Hollywood situation, had a little conversation with Michael B. Jordan, and was like, basically pitched himself. And now Michael B. Jordan's kind of like, this is the story that's going around, that I want Austin Butler as my co-star, which honestly, looking at it, I definitely feel like Michael B. Jordan and Austin Butler as Crockett and Tubbs would work way better than him with Glenn Powell, because to me, Austin Butler kind of gives me that 80s sense of cool. He kind of gives me that, who was it there? Melanie Griffith's ex. Why am I forgetting his damn name? Mike, what's his name? Dakota Johnson daddy. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Madam Web father. Anyway, so they said that Sergeant Rock had been put on indefinite hold because they leaked that. Cody Rhodes was going to play Guile in the upcoming Street Fighter movie, which turned out to be true. Dave Bautista joined Row House 2. They revealed that. Joe Costa debuting in Vision Quest, and several other scoops that ultimately proved true. So they've got their little situations going around, like I told you about the whole Crockett and Tubbs thing. So they came out and said that. So this might be there might be some truth to this. And here's the thing, I actually believe it, because I feel like if you're gonna find a way to try to find a way to introduce Wonder Woman into the thing, I do think that maybe Man of Tomorrow might be the story where you want to introduce us to new characters and get them in there, so that way it's like, here's your introduction to the new Wonder Woman. Now let's start the solo movie process, and hopefully Wonder Woman's movies will be better than 1984. I'm not going to throw dirt on the original Wonder Woman movie, because that one is actually rather enjoyable, and I think that Patty Jenkins did a good enough job making Gal Gadot look like a legitimate actress, although briefly, in that damn movie. So she made it work. She's still not a good actress, but for the most part, she found the ways of pulling out her strengths and playing that part. 1984 is a different story, but like I said, I like the first one. Now, flipping back to a more optimistic viewpoint, it's also worth noting that the Gods and Monsters slate has been changed and flipped upside down since its initial announcement. WBD CEO, it's a lot of acronyms, David Zaslav previously identified the Amazon Princess as one of the core pillars of the DC universe alongside Superman, Supergirl, and Batman. Fresh off the box office success of the Superman movie, it was reported that and confirmed that Wonder Woman was now a priority at DC Studios, with Supergirl writer Anna Nogueira hired to pen the script for a solo Wonder Woman movie, but perhaps the character will make her debut a bit sooner. It's also worth noting that while the description of the new superheroine sounds a lot like Wonder Woman, it could be any number of female superheroes, including Big Barda or Black Canary. She like to see. You want to know something? I would love to see Black Canary on the screen. I mean, we did get a bit of her when they did that Harley Quinn movie, but I would definitely love to see Black Canary on the screen done properly. Man of Tomorrow will be hitting theaters in July 9th of 2027. The film will be written and directed by James Gunn. Now, they said for inexplicable reasons, Gunn is adamant that Man of Tomorrow is not a direct Superman sequel, stating in various interviews and social media posts that Superman has a major role. It's not Superman 2. It's a story about Lex Luthor and Superman having to work together to a certain degree against a much, much bigger threat. Well, I'm guessing maybe this is why he's got to kind of bring in other characters to go with Superman, because maybe on the big screen, we're just going to have to be honest. Superman is not that interesting of a character by himself. Superman is too perfect. He's boring. Like there's nothing. There's no riz. There's no edge to him. So you gotta, when somebody has the ability to do all the things and be great and powerful and perfect in every way, and James Gunn had to find a way to make a perfect man imperfect, which I know did divide some people. Superman by himself is boring. So you have to bring all these other characters in there to kind of balance him out and stuff. So I don't think Superman will ever be in a Superman's kind of in the same vein as y'all did Spider-Man, even though I do think Spider-Man has the ability to carry his own damn film. Y'all just never gave Tom Holland the wherewithal to carry his own movie. But yeah, Superman's kind of boring. I was always a Batman guy because Batman's more edgy. He's human. He's got like cool gadgets. He beats people up. He's a detective. Like there's way more interesting things about Batman versus Superman. So I've always been more of a Batman guy than Superman. But yeah, while in the comics it's one thing, trying to make Superman work on the big screen is way different. And he's boring on the big screen. So there you have it. Sue me if you don't like my opinion, but it's mine. And I stand by it. So I say all this say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you guys hoping that we may get a taste of Wonder Woman? I still my choice is Adria or Jonah, but be interested to see who they choose to play Wonder Woman. I know they're talking about they want a taller actors, whatever. Look, you can make anybody look tall on the big screen. Whether it's Adria Arjona, whether it's Ana de Armas, like I think I would actually like to see Ana de Armas as Wonder Woman. I loved her in Ballerina, and she definitely has what it takes to be an action movie star. You could put some pumps on her and make her stand on a box to make her look taller. Look, quiet as it's kept. That's what they had to do with a lot of Sigourney Weaver's male co-stars because she is a tall woman, and a lot of her male co-stars are vehemently shorter. Like most of the average size of actors in Hollywood is between 5'7", 5'6" to 5'9". So there's not a lot of tall men in Hollywood unless you're the Skarsgårds or Liam Neeson or who else? There's a couple of or Nicholas Galitzine I heard is tall. Who else is a really there's a lot of really big tall guys, whatever, but for the most part, a lot of actors are average height. And when you got somebody like Sigourney Weaver who's tall, who's like 6 feet, or Uma Thurman who's tall, or Charlize Theron who's tall, you have to do a lot of tricks and stuff to make your male co-stars look taller. And on the big screen, you can make anybody look a certain way given the right shots and trickery. So I don't necessarily think somebody has to be ginormous because it's very hard to find a tall actress that's a good actor, especially of this generation. So my choices, like I said, is either Ana de Armas or Adria Arjona. Those are my two. So if they can find somebody outside of that could do the role of Wonder Woman better, we'll just have to see once the casting becomes official. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Thank you, Don Johnson. I was like Dakota Johnson, daddy. 'Cause I remember that man name. The White House bans Epstein files talk. Well, they can ban it, but they can't keep people from talking about it. As Aaron Parnas puts it, both Trumpet and Grinder Mike was thrown a curveball when the Senate agreed with the House, and now he can veto it, but will be questioned as to what are you hiding. Well, that's the whole point of why we was doing that. Like, honestly don't think we'll ever get to see the full Epstein file, but what I do think that it makes him look guilty. Because here's the thing: you said you were going to do. You said you were going to release the Epstein files. You was going to end all the wars, even though you've created about 7 to 8 wars instead of delete. I thought y'all Republicans were good at subtraction, but it seems like when it comes to war, that's the one time y'all know how to add. Okay. As long as it's colonization involved, right? We're about to get into the colonization part in politics and that whole thing when we get to the Nicki Minaj situation. But for the most part, yeah, you said you was gonna end all the wars. You said that you were going to release the Epstein files. And those other things, you ain't do none of that. You said you was gonna end the war on day one. We damn near a year into your presidency and you ain't in shit. The only thing you was able to, I guess, end was food stamps. The SNAP benefit, you was trying to end that. Now you want people to reapply because you talking about there's a bunch of people out here who's creating fraud. Which is going to create even more of a headache because there's a lot of elderly who are on SNAP benefits who don't have the wherewithal to be able to get down to the building, the federal building to reapply. Like, what are you doing? Also, not Cutie Bottom, Cameron Klaxkey is running the New York House of Representatives. Superman is kind of boring. They should make an appointment. Yeah, because at least there'd be some homosexualness going on in the thing with the authority. Honestly, only the straights care about height because we all the same. That part. That's why I said, like, who cares? They always want. The one thing I hate about they always want comic book accuracy when it comes to shit. And it's like, I don't care about comic book accuracy. All I care about is, can you make a movie interesting? Who are you going to cast in the film when they write for the part? And even if they're not the tallest, stick them in some shoes to make them look taller. There's all kinds of ways when you can make people look a certain way on screen. You said my friend just sent me a story of a fifth person dying. What's going on with people dying at Disney? Are they unaliving themselves or something or another going on there? Because I've been hearing way too many stories. Not only that, but I've been noticing a lot of influencers haven't been living long either. Either they've been unalived by a loved one or they've been taking their own life. And it's like, thank God I grew up in an era of pre-social media, so I know what life was like before the internet became what it was, like how simple it was. And now with the internet, when you're older, you know how to navigate through this whole situation. Like I said, I got thick skin, so if I'm gonna say some stuff, I'm gonna stand 10 toes down. If I'm wrong, I'm willing to come on here and admit that I'm wrong. But when people come out their face because I'm talking about their fave and they ain't liking the truth that I'm spilling about their idiotic fave, that's when the gloves got to come off and I got to cuss your ass out and then block your dumb ass. So there's a balance within all of that somewhere that I've learned to develop over the years. All right, now let's see where we're going with this rest of the show. Okay, so now we're going to talk more Superman news. And let's talk about Smallville, which I told you was like one of my favorite Superman. That's my generation, me growing up. Somebody tried to be cute with him. How's that your favorite Superman? He wasn't really Superman in it. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, it's a TV show. It was CW. They had a tiny ass budget. They could only do so much with what they could with that show. So you never really saw Clark Kent become Superman. But that was my first iteration of Superman because that was the Superman I grew up with. Yes, I'm aware of Christopher Reeve and all that other stuff, but Christopher Reeve was never like my generation Superman because it was like when I was old enough to actually see a Superman in the movies, it was The Quest for Peace. And that was not even a good damn movie. But nevertheless, I did not call it because I was like, when Allison Mack got out of jail and started going on her little apology, tour, I was like, it's only a matter of time before Michael Rosenbaum came along and got her on the show because, they were on Smallville together. He played Lex Luthor and she played Chloe, who was best friends with Clark. And I was like, it was only a matter of time before he got her on the show, and he did, because yesterday I was scrolling through I think it was yesterday. I don't know, the days blur because I've been so busy. But I was scrolling through my thing and said, okay, what's going on YouTube? Like with all the alerts and things I was getting, it said that, yeah, Allison Mack sat down and did an interview on the Inside of You podcast. Now, of course, with them doing this, it should come as no surprise that there was some backlash regarding this interview. So yeah, people are apparently upset with Michael Rosenbaum because he did an interview with Allison Mack, knowing all the stuff that she was doing within that Nexium cult. So, as y'all probably know, or probably don't know, she was released from prison in 2023 after serving 21 months of a 3-year sentence for her involvement in the cult. Rosenbaum, as I stated earlier, played Lex Luthor on Smallville, and Matt played, I was like Chloe Sullivan. I don't know why I was worrying about whether or not I was going to get her last name wrong, but yeah, it was Chloe Sullivan. But yeah, so now he's getting backlash on social media for having her on his popular podcast. Now, Rosenbaum interviewed Mac on his Inside of You podcast in an episode released on Tuesday, November 18th. So yeah, it was yesterday. In it, Rosenbaum asked how Mac ended up getting involved in the cult and what her life has been like since her imprisonment. They also shared memories of working together on Smallville, with Rosenbaum explaining to listeners why he found the allegations against Mac unbelievable when they were first revealed in 2017. Mac revealed how she is holding herself accountable, and they have accountable in air quotes, following her prison release. Now, in case for y'all haven't been keeping up with this whole Nexium cult situation, we did do a story on this show regarding the fact of how Allison Mack said that how she got caught up in the Nexium thing is because excuse me, she was on break from filming Smallville. Her and Kristen Krug, who played Lana Lang, were in New York. I guess they had rented like an apartment in New York, whatever the case was. And I'm guessing they were having some sort of a crisis. I won't say midlife crisis because they was in their 20s, so it might have been a quarter life crisis. Who knows? And I guess they were looking for a sense of belonging, whatever the case was. Kristen introduced her into the cult. She took a course or something in Canada, and I guess she got sucked into the vortex, and the rest is history. So that's pretty much me paraphrasing giving you the Cliff Notes version of what she said. So Reddit users are criticizing Rosenbaum for platforming her. The Reddit thread is titled, "Looks like the Allison Mack comeback is in full swing as she goes on Smallville co-star Michael Rosenbaum's Inside of You podcast." One person said, bruh, fuck her and fuck him too. But also, we shouldn't be surprised. Michael is thirsty AF, one comment says. He will do anything to be relevant and get people to watch/listen to his podcast. Used to love him. Another person said, I feel like people forget that Allison Mack wasn't just recruiting. She was one of the higher ups in the sex cult. Another comment said, she was like, so I guess what they trying to say, she the Tom Cruise. She is the Nexium, what Tom Cruise is the Scientology. And then they said, was she also a victim? Of course, but it seems to get glossed over that she herself did brandings and treated many of them as her own personal slaves. Yeah, she was basically, if you want to really think about it, I said Tom Cruise to the Scientology, but she was literally like the Ghislaine Maxwell of Nexium, if you want to put it in that sense. Nexium's leader, Keith Raniere, is currently serving a 120-year sentence for crimes of sex trafficking, racketeering, and fraud. Nexium's criminal activity was exposed in an October 2017 New York Times report titled "Inside a Secretive Group Where Women Are Branded." Raniere was arrested in Mexico in March 2018. After its publication, Mack was also on the Nexium premises at the time of Raniere's arrest. Now, in April 2018, Mack was charged with sex trafficking conspiracy, and forced labor conspiracy. She pleaded guilty to racketeering conspiracy in 2019. She admitted to coercing women into becoming Raniere's slaves. The court case revealed that some women in Nexium were branded with Raniere's initials. In July of 2021, Mack was sentenced to 3 years in federal prison and was ordered to pay a $20,000 fine. And the reason why she, got a little short sentence because she was a snitch. She basically decided to testify against him and reveal a whole lot of what was going on. So she may have been a victim, but she also was a culprit. They also said the judge also categorized Mack as a victim of the cult, but noted that her being manipulated into complicity didn't absolve her of guilt. In July of 2023, she was released from prison after 21 months. Mack's imprisonment was split between a federal facility and house arrest. Another comment on the Reddit thread said 17 women branded with Keith Raniere's initials. The doctor who was in the cult and performed the brandings lost her license to practice medicine. Why should Allison Mack get a free pass into Hollywood when she helped design the ritual along with Keith and convinced these women to get their brands? So, child, not y'all putting her register number up in here. They said her register number was 90838-053, age 40, race white, sex female. Release date 6/18/2023. Now, another person said, just don't give them the views or likes. They'll disappear when they get blocked out, one user said. Another person said, how is this woman allowed to be out and about like this? Ugh, one comment asked. Another comment criticized Mack's desire to speak publicly, saying, here's my thing. People who do awful things deserve the chance to change and grow from their mistakes. But why is it that most of these people, rather than lie low and lead normal lives and a humble acceptance that they shouldn't have access to the limelight anymore, go running straight for the brightest light they can the moment they think they're out the window of scrutiny? To me, that speaks volumes about one's ability to self-reflect on the harm they cause, and it's super weird that we're getting a thumbnail with Smallville's Chloe in light of everything this woman has done since then. Hate to say it, but this feels like a grifty rebrand. Well, you know what? I'm of two minds about it. One, I actually agree with that last sentiment. Like, I definitely do believe that people who do awful things get to a chance at a redemption. I think you need to take time to work on yourself, not immediately after you just got out of prison. Like, what was it, 2023 when she was released? She waited 2 whole years and thought that we was all going to forget. Maybe you should have maybe waited another 2 years before you came out and said something. Give us like a good 4 or 5 years before you decide to tell your side of the story. Write a book, go and do your little promotions, and go on the podcast. Now, I'm not mad at Michael for coming out and doing the interview. It makes perfect sense why he would do it. Hence, I mean, number one, they were on a TV show together. So there's a sense of trust there. But if I'm going to have you on your show, sorry, ma'am, I love you, but we're going to have to get into the things. Meaning, because I haven't seen the interview, so I don't know at what extent did he go in and let have on her regarding the questions, or was he giving softball interviews? Because the one thing I hate about people who do interviews, y'all do that ass kissing thing, and y'all do them softball interviews where you don't really go in and ask the things. It's like, yeah, we gotta play the devil's advocate situation, and I have to ask you those hard hitting questions, and I'm gonna leave it up to you whether or not you're gonna come through and answer those questions, or you're gonna kind of backpedal and pussy pop in the situation. And I leave it up to the audience to decide, did she tell you enough, or did I let you off a little too easily? Because I'm from all the comments that I was getting, I'm getting people just mad over the interview rather than whether or not you're upset over how the interview was conducted. So yeah, the interview came out yesterday. Like I said, I barely had time to pretty much watch anything, so I didn't get the opportunity to sit around and watch the interview. So I don't know how well, I mean, how he did with asking with the questions. But I'm going to sit down and watch it because media. So I'm going to definitely check it out when I can get around to it. Hopefully, sometime this week, and I'll give you my overall thoughts on it. If there's more, once if any more stories regarding Allison Mack comes out, then when another Allison Mack story comes out, I'll be like, okay, I finally got around to giving the interview. Here's my overall thoughts. I'll say it in a little glistening situation, then we'll move on to the next thing. So I'm not mad at him doing the interview because, like I said, it's expected that, okay, somebody who worked with them and has a podcast, they would interview him. He doesn't just interview people like her. He interviews a lot of celebrities. But of course, this is the one where y'all want to talk about he's trying to be relevant and all other stuff. That's always the go-to with people. Oh, you're just trying to maintain relevancy and all this other stuff whenever it comes to it, when it's somebody that you despise and you got issues with. But y'all don't give that same energy when he be out here interviewing all these other celebrities. And he interviews a lot of different people besides Allison Mack. This is just the one y'all choose to be mad at. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? I should put this up here. So if anybody out here been SA'd or whatever, call that number. I'm doing my due diligence as I do on this show. I'm sure there's a lot of comments regarding the whole Allison Mack situation, because a lot of people was going in. But one person did say, aside from anything else, Michael is the worst interviewer. I've watched a couple of episodes and I don't think he's ever asked a guest a single follow-up question, at least not one that's relevant to what they've been talking about. Jimmy Fallon is a more active listener. Oh, hold on. No, what we're not going to do is sit and compare Michael Rosenbaum to Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy Fallon gets on my damn nerves when it comes to the way he interviews. He always comes across like he be kissing these celebrity ass rather than really going and asking questions. And he'll say, "Oh, I'm not really an interviewer. I just want to play games and do his other things," because he doesn't like the he doesn't want to rock the boat with stuff. And to me, that's kind of boring. I don't want to see, me. I'll just use an example. I don't want to see a bunch of damn celebrities coming on playing, koosh ball or whatever. That's an old Rosie O'Donnell thing she used to do on her show. I don't want to see them doing stuff like that. I find that boring. Like if I want to, and first of all, the old guard of the way they interview now with the Jimmy Fallon's, Jimmy Kimmels, and the Seth Meyers on that whole old guard of interviews is kind of boring anyway. You got to try to get as much out of these celebrities in 7 minutes. Who can do that? These days, people want long form. And if I'm going to answer a question, I do believe that even if I answer a question, they say something, the main thing you need to do is listen and then follow up on that. That's not on the script. Because a lot of times you'll find, depending on if you have a good interview, that it's always the things that people say that's not even part of the questions that you came up with, that if you're really good at doing interviews, those are the ones you do. You follow up on what these people are saying. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Have y'all seen the interview with Allison Mack? Um, and if you have seen it, what do you think of the interview with her? Did you think that he asked all the right questions? Did he really go in and let her have in regards to the whole thing regarding the Nexium cult? Or did he let her off the hook because there's a bias there regarding him knowing her from them being on Smallville? And my thing is this: you don't never truly know the people that you hang around with. You could be in relationships with people and think you know what they capable of or what they up to, and then 9 times out of 10 they be living double lives. So you don't really know people just because you spend 14 and 16-hour days with them on a damn TV show or movie set. Is that you'd be surprised what people out here are capable of. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Jimmy Fallon gives soggy, stale, unseasoned Wonder Bread. And dude, I was like, I gotta add my chapstick on. Because with this weather, it be dry out here in these streets. Nexium sounds serious. My cult was so But you did say you was in a cult. Quiet as it's kept his old cult. The Christian faith, Nexium, Scientology, um, Pentecostalness, uh, Jehovah Witness, all of it is a damn cult. And there's only one cult that I belong to at this point, and currently it's the cult of Rosalía. So let's give a shout out to her because Rosalía finally got her first top 10 Billboard hit album with Lux, and you already know I've been talking highly of this damn uh album. So I'm pretty much excited about it. I love the album. I can't stop thinking about it. I already told y'all when I first listened to Lux, I don't know what came over me, but literally I cried 3 times listening to it. And that's like listening through the album. The tears started coming. I'm like, what is happening? All these emotions and stuff that's flowing through me in regards to the production, the vocal arrangements. It's just literally one of those out there albums. And to me, no shade, I definitely see this album getting an AOTY nomination at the 2027, right? Because we could think about 2026 Grammys coming up next year. So it has to be the 2027 Grammys when this album could possibly be eligible for, to be nominated. And it's definitely giving that. So the album peaked at number 4, I should say, on the Billboard 200. Now, with the release of her expansive orchestral LP, Lux, Rosalía has hit another landmark moment in her career. The singer celebrates her first ever top 10 album in the 15-song, 18-song on CD and vinyl. Set debuts at number 4, powered by a personal best week with 46,000 equivalent album units, according to Luminate. Her fourth studio record, featuring Bjork, Eve's Tumor, Carmino, Estrella Morente, Sylvia Perez Cruz, and Yaritza y su Esencia collected 34 million official streams and 19,000 sales. Rosalía previously charted one album on the Billboard 200, her experimental Motomami, which debuted and peaked at number 33. Well, Motomami was good, wasn't great. There were moments that kind of took me out of Motomami. I was just feeling like sonically, tonally, it was all over the place, which why I didn't fully get on board with that. Lux feels like a fully more, does that make sense? A more realized album. I was gonna say fully more realized. I'm like, that don't sound proper. It feels like a more realized album. It definitely has a better flow to it rather than with Motomami. Motomami, I'm sure, was just as experimental, but like I was saying, tone wise, sonically, it was just all over the place. Now, Lux was introduced with the single Berghain, while its first week sales were propelled by physical sales of 4 CD box sets and a pair of distinct vinyl LPs, one signed by Rosalía, by the way, along with a standard CD and digital download album. The word Lux has always been circling in my mind, Rosalía told the Spanish newspaper El País. Speaking of which, Lux is also Pedro Pascal's sister's name. Suddenly, I understood why I was thinking about it so much, and all of a sudden, and all of that was happening while the Motomami tour was going on. It was Now I'll Let Myself Feel This Way, composed from this place. Now is the moment. The only other new arrival at the top tier of the Billboard 200 this week comes from Tomorrow X Together's Yeon Jun. Speaking of which, shout out to Tomorrow X Together. I worked their concerts, K-pop group, and now one to win solo. I guess they're trying to be like Jungkook and the rest of them. That was in what's the name of that group? That's getting back together now they got out of the military. But anyway, so his debut project, No Labels Part 01, because that's where they have it, enters at number 10 with 29,000 equivalent album sales earned, including 27,000 in album sales, a number largely driven by its multiple CD iterations. Olivia Dean's The Heart of Loving, I became aware of her because I worked the Sabrina Carpenter concert. So now, yeah, she's getting out there and people are becoming more aware of who she is. The Art of Loving, meanwhile, reaches its new height as it climbs 7 to 5 with 41,000 equivalent albums units earned. The remainder of the top 10, of course, is led by Teyonce Knowles Carter Swift's The Life of a Showgirl, as the record spends a sixth consecutive week at number one with 110,000 units. Swift becomes only the second artist in 2025 to see an album spend its first 6 weeks at number one, following by the racist Morgan Wallen's I'm the Problem. So that's who's debuting on the charts right now. But in regards to that, I'm definitely digging the new Rosalía album. It is well deserved. I'm glad there's a lot of people out here who are digging the album. I hope it just does, it goes even further up, that it climbs up on the charts instead of drops, because it is definitely an album that deserves all the flowers that it's getting right now, based off of, a lot of the themes in the album, the sonic choices, the amazing production, and the experimentation and all the chances that it takes. So, excuse me. I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Have you listened to Rosalia's new album, Lux? What do you think of it overall? Let me know if you're loving it, if you're obsessed as I am, if you hate it. I definitely want to hear from y'all regardless. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I mean, you are when you're watching this show. I'm gonna say, where Onyx been? I was like, I was like, "Oh, he not here today." I just back from my sister's band concert as a flute player in middle school. Child, can you imagine the days of having to sit through that when you have to listen to the band and stuff playing music? And you said Fantano's review for Lux was not as pop. God, he's annoying. It would be. He gave it a light 7 out of 10 and said the lead single misled the actual direction because it wasn't. But he shut the fuck up. I'm not sick of him. I think at this point, you need to retire from making music. I mean, not even making music, but critiquing music, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. You're like the Nick Fuentes of music, like just misinformation all around. Like I just don't. He gets on my damn nerves. Like you're sitting here praising mid-ass albums like "Life of a Fucking Showgirl," but you're giving mid reviews to Lux. Like, are you kidding me? And somehow because it's not as orchestral Okay, because that one song doesn't have enough strings in it. It's not giving orchestra. What the fuck does he know about orchestra music? I actually learned to play classic piano as a kid, and I think that's what irritates me is that if you don't have the experience in doing that type of music, don't speak on it. I grew up as a kid, like when I remember when there was like a thing when I was in music school, everybody would gravitate towards playing the violin. I didn't like the violin because I just thought the violin was irritating. So I played the piano, and I literally was just like, I never knew how to read sheet music. I always played it by ear. My teacher would play stuff, I would play it back. Literally know where the keys were based off of me hearing it. I don't know where that gift came from, but it was like when you go to a gifted and talented school, that's literally how I learned how to play piano. It was literally I could hear it and I would just play it back. And then my teacher introduced me to Amadeus, and I remember when that movie came out, that literally changed my life in regards of my studying of music. So when I hear these fucking half-wit ass YouTubers get on social media and spew bullshit about things they don't understand, it just grinds my freaking gears. So speaking of music, a YT girl in my cult wants to make music like about country and soul. I looked at her like, I mean, isn't that what Beyonce made with Cowboy Carter and all them other girls? But anyway, let's move on from that. All right, y'all. So now let's speaking of people who get into music and don't know what the fuck they talking about. Let's get into MAGA Minaj, aka Trashy Garbage, aka Chun Ki Lee. Because if you seen that picture of her, you would definitely agree with me on that. Now, she decided, I guess, grift into politics. I don't know why. This is why I'm so over rich people getting into things that they don't understand, especially when it comes to politics. So apparently, she was in New York speaking at the United Nations about the persecution of Nigerian Christians. And I'm sitting here just side eyeing the whole thing like, ma'am, you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. She's gotten to the point where she pissed off the trans community because she was out here spewing misinformation about immigrants when she is one last I checked. Like, you wasn't born and raised in America. You from Trinidad. That is what's on your birth certificate, not the United States. So technically, since you were an immigrant, but you was out here spewing is xenophobia. And you went and said reposted something about like anti-gay, anti-trans. And when your gay fans came out and was speaking about, well, can you speak on this, whatever? Well, imagine people trying to make religion a thing about being gay. And I'm sitting there like, you do know there's a bunch of homosexuals that also practice Christianity, that are practicing Muslims and all kinds of other religions. But because whatever, I don't know what her angle is with this, but let's get into the story. And shout out to um Rolling Stone for really breaking this down, even though I got my own thoughts on this whole situation, but they the ones who really did a story on this and went in regards of like, okay, Nicki is spewing misinformation. Why you got ass kissers like Billboard spewing misinformation along with it, and which has got a lot of her barbs out here screw faced and confused. But I will say this: some of the other barbs, shout out to those of y'all who actually watched the videos, did the research, was looking at it, and was like, okay, I'm done with her bullshit. Shout out to y'all. But those of you in the cult, y'all gonna suck my dick from the back. I don't give a fuck what y'all gotta say on this. So scroll on by because this show ain't for y'all because y'all gonna continue to be drinking her dumbass Kool-Aid that got pee in it. Shug Avery's pee, by the way. So let's get into the story. So, according to Rolling Stone, they said Nicki Minaj spoke at the United Nations headquarters today, which technically was yesterday. That'd be November 18th, calling out what she perceives as extremism against Christians in Nigeria. Saying, I'd like to thank President Trump for prioritizing this issue and for this leadership on the global stage and calling for urban action to defend Christians in Nigeria. Because you know that's how she talk. Like the team stuck together and like she got this crazy ass New York accent. And then this is also asserting in her 4-minute speech that today faith is under attack by way too many places in Nigeria. Christians are being targeted, driven from their homes and killed. Churches have been burned. Families have been torn apart. and entire communities live in fear constantly simply because of how they pray. So this is the bullshit she's spewing. Now, before Minaj's speech, UN Ambassador Mike Waltz echoed this idiot the nation of persecution against Christians before thanking Nicki for taking the UN podium to demand actions for Christians. Minaj's speech prefaced the panel discussion entitled "Combating Religious Violence and Killing of Christians in Nigeria." Time reporter Eric Cordelesa previously broke news of the speech, revealing that President Donald Trump's advisor, Alex Brussowitz, facilitated Minaj's appearance. The speech comes weeks after she made a Twitter post lauding, a Trump live social post. I always got to change up the wording in here. Live social post that claimed that Christianity was under an existential threat in Nigeria. You want to know what's the existential threat in Nigeria? Their oil, which they make a lot of money from. And yet again, we have colonizers like Agent Orange and the people that's in the White House who want a piece of that. With all the, 9 wars, I guess we got so far going on, since he said he's eliminating them, we've been in more wars than any other president. Him starting it. So elsewhere in November, she shared a pro-MAGA clip posted by the White House's Twitter account, which was soundtracked by her Bees in a Trap hit, as well as a xenophobic, transphobic video highlighting Trump's accomplishments since beginning his second term, which resulted in her losing over 100,000 followers. Trump has asserted that Christians have been persecuted and murdered by radical Islamists and has threatened to invade Nigeria's guns ablazing to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I don't know how this man just fixes himself and be like, you know what? I'm just going to point on the map and be like, I feel like invading Venezuela today. I feel like blowing up a bunch of fishermen boats, which is what's been going on. 80 people have been killed. Your mainstream media is not telling y'all this. But he's doing that, blowing up fishermen on boats that probably needs to refuel 80 times to even touch American soil. I need to go pick a fight with Mexico. I need to go pick a fight with Nigeria. Why you all going after the brown folks? I need to continue giving Israel money to commit genocide in Gaza so we can turn their land into freaking resorts and casinos that he probably bankrupt if you allow him near one, like he bankrupted all his casinos in the U.S. So now it says on September 11th, this fucking idiot, Texas Senator Rafael Cruz, because I don't know who Ted is, and sidebar, there's rumors circulating that he's trying to run for president in 2028. Sir, sit it out. Nobody's going to vote for you. You don't have a rat chance in hell of even winning a seat in your own goddamn house, let alone the house in the White, or let alone the White House. Now they said Rafael Cruz introduced a bill against persecution of Nigerian Christians, but the nonpartisan U.S.-based organization Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project and Council on Foreign Relations, that is a mouthful, by the way, have repeatedly stated that the notion of Christians being disproportionately attacked is a dangerous reduction of the nature of violence in Nigeria that isn't backed by data. Nigerian citizens support their center. Wait, sorry. I got to read that again because there was a period in there. Okay, they said the notion that Christians being disproportionately attacked is a dangerous reduction of the nature of violence in Nigeria that isn't backed by data. Period. Nigerian citizens support their sentiment. Now, in an Al Jazeera op-ed, senior special assistant to the president of Nigeria, Gimba Kakanda, stated every region in Nigeria has both Christians and Muslims living side by side, and conflicts typically unfold during community or regional lines rather than strictly religious ones. Bulama Bukarti, a Nigerian conflict researcher and human rights lawyer, told ABC News that the violence is indiscriminate in a report where an imam stated the kind of pain we've gone through for the past years, this issue affects both faiths. So when they sit up here and try to make it say, oh, the persecution of Christians, when last time I checked, if you ever check the history in regards of Christianity, they must not like the fact that I talk about Christians and stuff on Facebook because now it's an issue with the video. But if y'all need to continue to watch this, y'all need to come over to the YouTube and the Twitch. If or maybe it's when you go for a long period of time, I don't know, whatever, we'll continue with this. So it always seemed like, last I checked, it always seemed like if you read about history and Christianity, Christians have been the ones that have gone around persecuting and colonizing and unaliving a lot of people in the name of their religion. That's what this is giving in this whole situation. So you over here sidestepping and ignoring Muslims, but you all for the Christians? Still, Minaj, like Trump and his conservative comrades, is protecting a misconception that Christians in particular are being assailed in Nigeria, saying, quote, this is about standing up in the face of injustice, she said during her speech, is about what I've stood for my entire career. Well, I don't know what you really stand for, except getting into fights with your female rap ops. And I will continue to, and gaslighting the barbs into your BS. And I will continue to stand for that for the rest of my life. I will care if anyone anywhere is being persecuted for their beliefs. And people started bringing up old tweets that she had written in like 2015 or something other that was saying the same thing. I'm like, that don't mean shit. It's not. That ain't got nothing to do with the price of tea in China. But my overall thoughts on this, I don't know why anybody would listen to this crazy lady who clearly has no idea why Trump is really going off in Nigeria. Like let me refresh our memory. This is the same lady who spread misinformation on social media claiming that COVID-19 vaccines cause impotence. So apparently she know how our dicks work when she don't even have one. Trump's little crusade has nothing to do with the persecution of Nigerian Christians. And, as was stated earlier in the article, Nigeria has a large population of Christians and Muslims. This has to do with colonization. What people need to know is that Nigeria is a major oil producer with some of the largest reserves in Africa, though its economy is heavily dependent on the sector. However, the sector faces challenges like oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and past underinvestment, which have hampered production. So when a mainstream celebrity opts to jump on board with Trump's propagandized bullshit, his administration looks at this as a win for them because here they have this A-list celebrity like a Nicki Minaj, and you can call her whatever, the A-list may have diminished over the years with her actions and this and the other. She does definitely have a lot of accolades in regards of her being one of the biggest rappers at the time. But if we need a crash course on how to fuck up your own hip-hop legacy, the course is literally unfolding in real time. But this is the Trump administration, as long as they feel they have a win or an A-list celebrity pushing their BS agenda and she's playing into that for whatever her agenda is, this is what they're looking at. Unless we forget, Trump is the same person during his second campaign run, couldn't even tell a Nicki Minaj from a Nicki Jam. So at the end of the day, what is she really playing at here? Like, does she think that by aligning herself with the most corrupt president in the history of presidencies, that he will grant her felon husband a pardon? Or maybe her pedophile brother? I just know she tired of sitting in that house punching the air and spewing hours of nonsensical bullshit on Twitter. So maybe what she should be doing, instead of jumping on this fake persecution of Christians in Nigeria mess, why are you focusing on what's going on in Nigeria? Aren't you in America? Shouldn't you be speaking out against the administration's policies regarding how they are handling immigration? Since last I checked, you wasn't born in the U.S., you are an immigrant. But don't take my word for it, because apparently, a lot of y'all be out here thinking that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I came across this Instagram video of this guy by the name of the notorious JTB, who laid out, Nicki jumping on this whole situation. Since, the barbers pride themselves on receipts, one for you. I mean, I brought you a lot of receipts. Here's one in video form. And y'all can choose to believe what you want to believe, because I know, like, regardless of what I say, some of y'all gonna still be in the goddamn cult. Like I said, if you're gonna still be in the cult drinking a Jim Jones Kool-Aid, this is not the topic for you. Scroll on by. But anyway, I'm gonna play this clip and then we're gonna come back and talk. Please hold.
Let me help the Nicki Minaj barbs out here in my comments real quick. Because the ignorance is loud and the homework is non-existent. Not only are they ill-informed, but outlets like Billboard are spreading false narratives. While you're defending Nicki like blind, ignorant rats, and not knowing what you're defending, the reality is she's parroting false claims pushed by the Felon 47 administration about Christian persecution in Nigeria. And you don't even know what she's talking about. So let me educate you. The claim that Felon 47 keeps repeating is that Christians in Nigeria are facing a government-backed genocide, that the Nigerian state is allowing mass killings, and that the US might need to intervene with guns blazing. Here's what's actually happening. Nigeria has violence, yes, but it's not religious genocide. Attackers target everyone. Muslims, Christians, entire villages, whole regions. A lot of it is tied to land conflict, criminal groups, and Boko Haram terrorism. But not some coordinated government plot to wipe out Christians. That's a lie. A political talking point to justify a US invasion. And experts, analysts, and Nigerian officials themselves have debunked it. And let's talk about the part no Barb seems to understand: what a US invasion actually means. If the US went into Nigeria based on this false narrative that Nicki is platforming and advocating for, the cost would be catastrophic. We're talking about destabilization in West Africa, civilian casualties, economic collapse, and a massive refugee crisis. All because a foreign government, the United States, acted on misinformation. Nigeria is one of the largest economies in that continent, with 200 plus million people. A US invasion wouldn't save Christians. It would tear the country apart, inflame extremist groups, and punish millions of innocent people. So when Nicki repeats this propaganda, like it's a slogan at the United Nations, she's endorsing something that could cause an international disaster. This is why what Nicki is doing is dangerous, because what she's platforming isn't just concern for Christians. She's amplifying a narrative built on misinformation, one that's been used to justify extreme rhetoric, foreign intervention, and even calls for military action. She's repeating a talking point she clearly didn't research. And here's the embarrassing part. If you're going to defend your fave, at least know what she's actually aligning herself to. Because right now, you're arguing with confidence with zero accuracy. This is about Nicki recycling propaganda she didn't check the facts. And if you're in my comments swinging blindly, you're proving my point for me. Do your homework. Learn what's actually happening in Nigeria. And maybe, just maybe, stop embarrassing yourself in the process. Class dismissed. Let me
Well, I think he said all that needed to be said. Well, I already said what I said, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's not that hard for y'all to sit out here and do the research. It really isn't. Like, y'all use Google for every goddamn thing else when you want to pull up a receipt regarding her getting in a fights with your faves. Y'all will find a receipt for that. But then when it come around to actually doing real research where Google is free and is able for y'all to use, all of a sudden, oh, my fingers hurt, or you got a brain aneurysm, or something going on where it's like y'all too lazy to do the work, but you got the energy to do it when she's fighting with Cardi B or somebody, or pick a female rapper. Because that's all she do these days. But some of the comments, and then we can get up off this. One person said a rapper with a BBL is suddenly an expert on Nigerian matters and is speaking at the UN. Girl, stop. Another person said Cardi was right about her button. You know, they always get them stupid buttons. Another person says she is working hard to get her husband and brother presidential pardons. Another person said he is looking for an excuse to get a hold of natural resources, primarily oil. Absolutely. All roads always lead to colonizing what black people got. White people been doing that since before speech replaced sign language. Well, I should say the colonizers have been. Another person said this is an attempt to land and at a land and natural resources grab. My Nigerian ancestors understand the assignment. Thank you for speaking truth to power. Another person said, as an African, specifically Liberian, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Another person said she need to speak on what's going on in her own home before she go over to somebody else's country. um, One person said, "What is wrong with you people? I am a Nigerian living in Nigeria. Our government refuses to help us." Excuse me. Just yesterday, around 26 school children were kidnapped again. Some priests and crush members were abducted today in a town close to mine. Our government don't give a ish about us. The only hope we have left is the intervention of the no. Mm-mm. Girl, you sound about as slow as the rest of them. The last thing you want is an invasion of the Trump administration coming to help you. What's wrong with you? But for the most part, regarding that lady with her dumb comment, um, one person that a lot of people in here seem to be thanking them for speaking up about what's going on um, in Nigeria and all of that stuff. So yeah, like I said, even if it ain't Nicki Minaj, any celebrity that's jumping in here in politics, y'all should be definitely looking into why are they speaking on this and what is the overall angle and what is the history of what's going on over there and why would they be aligning themselves, whether it was Donald Trump in the White House or any other president, even though there's always some sinister agenda that goes on with this administration. So that makes people want to look even more into this story or the reasoning behind what's going on. But any kind of politician or celebrity jumping on some type of endorsement, we should be doing the research before we just blindly follow them into the fiery pits of hell. So, yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you think of this story overall? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, so now let's see what people are saying in the comments. The U.S. sent MAGA Minaj to the UN. We are something. That's another thing too. Like people are looking at us like we got to be the goofiest goddamn country under the sun. Like they don't take us seriously. This whole administration, everything they do is all about pomps and circumstance. It's all stunts and shows, and people can't take us seriously. Trump is looking like the big buffoon doofus that he actually is, the most dumbest president in the history of presidencies. And we all thought George W. Bush took the cake in regards to idiocy, but no. Trump was like, I was gonna say hold my beer, but he'd rather you hold his dick than do that because you know the Epstein files. So he probably would rather you do that. But it's just like, no, he's like, I'm the bigger dummy. Although everybody around him apparently has low IQ, especially if you're a woman of color. Jasmine Crockett got a low IQ. Which did y'all see that video of her going in on the administration and was talking about how they found $40 billion under the couch? She said, not the couch that JD Vance sat on. I was like, not you hitting JD Vance with a stray, but I'm here for it. And y'all, we need more of those Democrats out to come out with the shade. Maggot Minaj, she really knows how to just destroy. We just watching a career deteriorate in real time. Deteriorate in real time. He should run to guarantee the repugnance. Wait, he should run to guarantee the repugnance lose. Exactly. That's what they want. She want a pardon for her husband. I didn't realize Nicki gained weight looking at her. Why you think I called her Chun Ki Lee? It's like, yeah, Miss Mama been sitting at home punching the air, fighting with everybody on Twitter instead of getting in her home gym. I don't even know if she has a gym in that mansion. You need to she got to build everything in there because that husband can't go no damn well. So might as well build it in your house. The irony of MAGA mad that the world doesn't take the U.S. seriously anymore. I mean, y'all the ones out here who created the platform for us to be out here looking like a bunch of damn village idiots. He said he loved the poorly educated, the poorly educated. So now they found a way to brand us looking like a bunch of damn fools. Trump being out of well, they say he did blow somebody named Bubba. Everybody immediately ran with the fact, and me included, with the memes. Bill Clinton, because Bill Clinton was known, his nickname was Bubba back in the days when he was the president. So, be surprised if Trump had a couple of dicks in that cotton mouth of his. I mean, you'd be surprised with a lot of these rich men. Be telling people all the time when it comes to these billionaires and these rich folks. And we learned, I guess, maybe some people really learned this from the Diddy trial. These celebrities are introduced in so much, like they're exposed to so much stuff. Regular, vanilla, yum yum, bouncy bouncy type sex is not going to cut it. They need you like stepping on their throat while you riding their dick. Like they need all kinds of crazy stuff to be happening in the bedroom for them to even get a nut off. Like regular sex don't cut it for them. Like the regular sex that us regular people be doing, they gotta find like the kinkiest, craziest thing to get them on because they've been there, done that, seen it all. So when you got a lot of money and a lot of power and you have a way to traffic children and I can diddle with a child or like I'm not saying all that stuff is right because it's not, which is why I don't understand. And we got to get into that story, but we got coming up about Nutmeg Kelly, Nutmegan Kelly, and Christina Ricci her making excuses for Trump with the kids and all that other mess. I can't wait to get to that damn story. Maybe I'll get further into it with the stuff I was going to say when I get to that. MAGA, not a MAGA three-way. I already dislike you. Stop adding on and trying so hard. Wait, did somebody say something that Can you say at Nicole MAGA three-way? I already dislike you. Stop adding on and trying so hard. There must be something in the comments that I'm not seeing because I'm clicking on things that I see that's here, and maybe YouTube is blocking certain things that I can't see, but y'all can see it. He said, as a gay man, I would learn how to please a woman before I let Trump anywhere. He said, did you see the last episode of South Park where Trump event? Yeah, we talked about that on the show. Maybe you weren't here for that. But yeah, we talked about the last episode of South Park. I think it might have been on the last episode I did, or maybe ones before that. I can't remember, but we did mention it on the show. All right, y'all. So now let's get back speaking of the show, let's get back into it. And let's talk about another celebrity rich person who just who's about as dumb as a damn box of rocks when it comes to asserting themselves and talking about politics. Let's talk about this old tap dancing coon, Pharrell. Now, once upon a time, I did like Pharrell because, production and all the music he did. And, him working with one of my favorite artists, Khalees, with Sidebar. She didn't warn us about his old snake in the grass ass when it came down to his treating of celebrities. How he was out here literally eating the shit out of Justin Timberlake ass. But when it came to a lot of his black, conglomerates, he wouldn't treat them like the best. But anyway, I do have a clip that we're going to get to, and we'll get to that in a second. But first of all, let me set this whole situation up. So music super producer turned DEI hire, and that being him, the DEI part comes from him being the creative director of fashion house Louis Vuitton, has come under fire over his latest comments regarding his stance on politics. So Pharrell said that he hates politics and that supporting either party is supporting division. Which, quiet as is kept, you not saying anything supports the very things that goes on in politics. And you can't be out here saying you don't support politics when you out here wearing a vote or die shirt. Back in the day, Google is free, sir, and looking it up, those things exist. So just because you act like it's not there doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And to me, this is what it seems like his stance in regards to politics is, I'm not going to speak on it because it creates division, but that still doesn't negate the fact that we are being divided regardless, and these things exist. But because you have wholeheartedly benefited from the very programs that you don't want to acknowledge because you're rich, doesn't necessarily mean that you could just skirt away from it. So yeah, that he said this while he was at the 5th annual Black Ambition Demo Day at Sacred Space Miami on Friday, where he was presented with the key to the city. Now, shout out to the Neighborhood Talk because they had the clip. So we're going to play the clip of what this dingbat had to say, and then we'll come back and we'll talk. Please hold.
On the current political climate, I'm just saying I want to turn everybody off. I hate politics. Like, despise them. It's a magic trick that it's not real. I don't believe in either side. So I think when you pick a side, you are only, you are inadvertently supporting division. Yeah, it's not a popular point of view, but I just got to say, think about it. The wells are drying up, and then, okay, now the diversity's off the table, now equity's off the table, now inclusion's off the table. So that makes me ask myself, okay, so how do we survive? Well, are there Black people here tonight? Yeah. And in your heart, do you think for what it is that you do and who you are, do you think you're the best? Okay, so do you want the job because you're Black or because you're the best? do you want someone to support your startup because you're Black or because you're the best? Yes. Right. So I think now for me, it's about us having the best ambition. That's the reason why you should support these businesses. Yes, they happen to be Black and brown, but it should be based on the thesis that we're the best, not because we are a total shade of a skin color. That's a point of view that I have now that I'm resting on. And if diversity, equity, and inclusion ever comes back in style, cool. But in the meantime, I want to focus on being the best because I can bank on that, because that's what's going to get you the position. Where, I don't want you to give me anything. I want you to panic and not let me out the room because I'm the best. As we look at what's
So full of shit. Like he's sitting there thinking about, oh, well, because I got the job because I'm the best. Sir, you started out as a producer in hip hop. Hip hop, everybody knows, is literally Black dominated. So it's easy for you to get yourself in there through the door that way than you being the creative director of a fashion house. When quiet is kept, let's talk fashion for a second. How many Black people can you name on one hand that have high profile positions in fashion? I'll wait. I mean, besides the fact of the late Virgil Abloh, when we had the late Andre Leon Talley and a couple of others, there was a handful of positions that Black people have found themselves into. Oh my God, and what's the guy that's over there in the UK that's like Anningful. I can't remember his name. Isn't it like part of British Vogue or something? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. But there's very few people in that are Black that are running high profile positions in fashion and other situations. So you can't sit up in here and sit and say, well, it's because if you have to go out there and prove that you're the best in situations and that's the way that you get gigs in, you know, in this industry or in any in any industry that you're in. First of all, if that was true tea, we wouldn't need to have diversity, equity, and inclusion type situations put in place because of the disproportionate advantages that white people have over Black people. And then we already see, like, with this current administration, they're like, no more DEI because Black people, they need to learn to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. But then the bootstrap doesn't exist because you make it even more difficult for people who are diverse that have way more qualifications than their white counterparts to get those high profile positions. Maybe there are some people that are playing politics with that situation where it's like, oh yeah, we're doing it because we want to fill a quota. That's a whole nother conversation. I don't like quota fillers. But if there's somebody who is really qualified for the job and they happen to be Black, or they happen to be trans, or they happen to be a woman, or they happen to be homosexual, or they happen to be Asian, or they happen to be Muslim, or whatever the case is, if they are qualified for that job, then yeah, they should be given the job. It shouldn't matter what the race and everything is. But the reality is there are companies that put things in place where they prevent a lot of diverse groups of people of having certain positions and certain jobs. So I don't understand why a lot of these people, once y'all get, and this is what pisses me off about coloreds, because this is what I like to categorize ignorant ass people like Pharrell, coloreds like him, tap dancing Sambo ass coons like Pharrell. When y'all get to a position where you've made it, you've climbed up the corporate, or you climbed up that popularity ladder. Now you're on the corporate ladder like a damn Jay-Z, where there's been stories about him sabotage a lot of people's careers, which is why Young Money don't particularly care for him. That's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. But when you get to these certain positions, these corporate power positions, then it's like, instead of giving people the real advice on how they can get to where they are, you don't want to rock the boat because you don't want that to affect your business, because that's what I feel like this is about at the end of the day. You don't want to say the wrong thing because you feel like, regardless of what I say, it's going to piss somebody off and then they're going to want to cancel you and you can't give like your full opinion on certain things. So you rather just keep quiet, or you rather say something dumb like what you said, a bunch of nothing, although I could pick apart what you said in there because I'm making sense of what you said, which is why I'm speaking on it. And you feel like, oh, that I can slither my way around it. But you can't sit up in here and condemn Black Lives Matter, but then you out here crying when your cousin got pow-powed in Virginia Beach. Because remember that story. But you don't want to align yourself with Black Lives Matter. But when your black cousin got his ass unalive, now you want us to have sympathy and empathy. It don't work that way. But what Pharrell has shown me so far, I don't give a fuck about y'all. I care when it affects me. That's his overall attitude that I'm getting based on a lot of things that he has spoken about. Even though he don't like to speak politics, I'm starting to learn what your true character is based off of some of the nonsensical bullshit that you spewing. So let's get to some of the comments that people said over there at the neighborhood talk. One person said, I just want people to stop talking. Another person said, once someone says they hate politics, that tells me everything I need to know for real. Another person said, this is how people talk when they are in interracial relationship. I mean, quiet as it's kept, they did say he liked white women. Another person said, why do people talk when they are so out of touch? Stop talking about something you're not fully educated in. Jesus. Another person said, I'm going to be honest, the song Happy sucked, and I'm pretty sure it was DEI. Lonnie Love jumped in the comments. She said, and that's why I said from the beginning, if it wasn't for DEI, his ass wouldn't even become the creative director of Louis Vuitton. So she said DEI helped him even if he is unaware. The whole reason for DEI was that corporations were not hiring, sponsoring, or giving POC fair representation for decades, which is what I said. It's easy to say in 2025, I'm the best, but we were the best in the 50s and 60s, but our people were not given fair chances to hiring or equal pay. You see the effect of not having DEI when over 300,000 Black women are fired from their jobs. When the TV shows and cultural events we all love, i.e., Soul Train Awards, Essence Fest, and more, have corporate sponsorship pulled because we no longer have policy. You see the you see the lack of diversity in this administration. So it's not about sides, it's about policy that many have died for. And shout out to Lonnie Logan. I'm with you when you're right. Larry Reed said he's for our entertainment and he's amazing, but he's not a black leader and shouldn't be given a mic on certain topics. That's why I keep saying when a lot of you celebrities need to stick to the rivers of the lakes that you're used to, stop jumping into things you don't understand. If you don't understand politics, if you don't know how politics works, if you're not going to understand the things that are required for you to speak on, shut the fuck up and just be quiet. April Shower says, what he doesn't understand or refuse to remember that we have always been the greatest, and they said greatest in caps, just wasn't afforded the opportunities because of the color of our skin. It's the complete opposite of what he is trying to articulate. And then another person said, girl, please. Emphasis on the girl. Another person said, must be nice to be so out of, well, the closed ratchet. They got a blue check mark. So when they said it must be nice to be so out of touch, I don't understand how people like him say this when politics influences how people spend money to support his career. And let me tell you something, a lot of y'all want to run around talking about y'all don't want to get involved in politics. Everything now, because of this administration, is political. They're the ones who decided to politicize everything, including pop culture. Trump is the one that likes to jump on social media and speak on everything that's going on. He wants to talk about Taylor Swift. He wants to talk about, Twilight back in the day, Kristen Stewart and Robert Pattinson. He wants to assert himself in everything that's going on. Even with this mess with Sydney Sweeney and the jeans, he decided to get on social media and talk about it. So when you have this administration that have decided to marry politics and entertainment and merge them together, and has turned literally our political climate into a circus, all three rings of it. Why are people like, let's stop bringing politics and stuff? It's too late. We're already here, whether you want to realize it or not. And Pharrell, stick to what you're doing and shut the fuck up, please. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Pharrell being yet another black celebrity who got rocked for brains and doesn't know what the hell he's talking about in regards of politics? And yes, sir, if it wasn't for DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, your ass won't have a job. So we're going to include you in the other DEI, which, in my opinion, with some of y'all, especially with this current administration, I'm categorizing it as didn't earn it, as in that position that you currently sit at in the house of Louis Vuitton. So I say all this to say, what do you think of what Pharrell had to say? Do you agree with him, or do you think he should be another one of these celebrities that need to STFU? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Yeah, so that man never ages. No, he doesn't, but his stupidity apparently does. Not participate makes you complicit in what ends up happening. Absolutely. That's what I was getting at. It's like, yeah, what you not saying anything, it just means that you're just complicit with everything that's going on. He said, love you all. Starboy the Night is in the building. Love you too. Robert Mitchell says Pharrell stole Marvin Gaye. Pharrell stole Marvin Gaye's music and left Robin Thicke hole in the bag. Absolutely. Well, here's another one. That's probably why he and Justin Timberlake get along so well. They love throwing a rock and hiding their hand, and when the shit hit the fan, I mean, he stole Khalees music too. And when it comes down to paying up, and then he did Chad Hugo dirty. Remember, once upon a time, he was a part of the Neptunes. So, not happy being DEI. um, Who the fuck is hating on him because he made it? I said what the fuck I said, and I ain't changing it. Nobody's out in here hating on somebody because they made it. What the hell are you talking about? And that's the one thing everybody wants to go to. Like, just because you're rich, just because you are wealthy, just because you got a lot going on, and just because you're successful, doesn't mean that you're exempt from being called out for being misinformed. And he is misinformed. All right, now speaking of, I don't know how this all got where it was because I could have sworn I put the Cardi B story behind Nicki Minaj. That was the plan, but apparently this is what it is. So let's continue into the show and let's talk about Nicki Bestie, her good Judy, Cardi B, because apparently, she's speaking out against Offset because he went out with this post basically claiming they said it's your child and it really messed me up. He's out here claiming that the new baby she got with Stephon Diggs is his. He went on the what is that, like Billie Jean, the kid is not my son. He was out there claiming that child is his, and then now he trying to say that it wasn't him that said it because Cardi B went in and lit his ass up. But anyway, y'all already know Cardi had the baby. She already snapped back, which kind of makes me wonder, like, girl, when you had that kid? Or how you snap back so fast? But anyway, so Cardi is popping off on him after he posted and deleted a shocking message about her newborn baby with Stephon Diggs, saying, y'all be thinking it's so funny and it's not. It's been over a year and I'm still being harassed and threatened to the point where I feel like my life is in danger. It's all fun and games until it's too late, she wrote on Twitter in a now deleted tweet. MFers do anything for attention, and it could get real nasty with just one upload. Leave me TF alone, the WAP rapper added. Cardi, they talking about her real name. That's nice. I'm not trying to pronounce that. What is it? Belcalis Almanzar? Then took the could you imagine the teachers having to call her name for attendance? How they must have, I know y'all was struggling. Then took the spaces to share more details about the alleged harassment with her fans. She said, I'm real tired of getting harassed. I'm really tired of getting harassed. And when I get harassed privately and I ignore it, that's when I start getting harassed publicly. I have every single receipt. If you want to keep sending effing blogs to harass me, like I can't take it anymore. And here's the thing, because I keep saying, Cardi, why you keep jumping on social media, always addressing whenever he comes out and says stuff. And now that she's explained it, I understand more. Because I was like, just ignore it, like don't give it attention. But she says, even when I do ignore it, he finds a way to continue with the harassment. And then when he goes public with it, then I have to address it. So he's harassing me privately. And the worst part is it's sad because she's still married to this man. I don't think that he'll ever let her go, similar to what I think Kim Zolciak is saying about Croy. And we don't get to that story later on. That you caught up in this marriage that you thought that you were gonna have this amazing, blissful situation with. But reading upon this other article I saw the other day, I was like, you know what, this makes sense because it's like Off-Cheat has never provided a sense of comfort or protection for being in a relationship with Cardi. Cardi was the breadwinner. If it wasn't for Cardi, Kiari wouldn't have all the things that he was having at the time. Yeah, he was amigos. Nobody was really checking him like that. The solo music really ain't doing nothing. Nobody cares. And so, like, his latest album sold 4,000 copies, which is pathetic compared to all the amount of records that Cardi just sold with Am I the Drama. She's clearly the one who people like. people give a lot of the endorsement deals to. Cardi and Stephon Diggs could show up. I'm trying to remember when the next Nick home game is at the Garden. I think it's next week. And I say the next, I'll just say that because they're on the road. The next Knicks game that happens, her and Stephon Diggs can walk in, sit in Celebrity Row, not a problem. Offset can't do that. Nobody's going to be checking for him. I mean, unless he's willing to pay that ticket. But Offset can't get up in there and get that same type of momentum that a Cardi B would if she was sitting front row with Stephon Diggs at the Knicks game. Because remember, last year she did that with him. When she brought Cheetah up in there, that's how I found out. I was like, okay, now these two are back together. Because remember, at the time they had broken up. Then I seen them front row and Celebrity Row right across. I was within eye line of them. And I was like, oh, now they back together. And I came on here and I told y'all. So yeah, now Offset went on, Cheetah, I keep forgetting we changed his name over here. Put my kid LOL as a tweet. And that's when she had to come out and say what she said. Then she went on to say, sometimes I sleep and I wonder, this is not normal. You see crime documentaries, you see shit on social media and women getting killed every other day. And then shout out to Page 6, because this is where the story came from. They went to hit up his reps, but they didn't hear back. Now, this came after the Migos MC, whose real name, as I told y'all, is Kiari Cephas, posted and deleted a message seemingly referring to the Grammy winner's newborn son with Diggs. And then this is what he wrote on his Instagram story shortly after news surfaced that the Bodak Yellow rapper had given birth to her fourth child last week. Now, last summer, Page 6 exclusively revealed that Cardi filed for divorce from the Bad and Bougie hitmaker for a second time after nearly 7 years of marriage. They have 3 kids together, which sucks because it's like, even if he was to give you a divorce, y'all are forever connected. And it's sad because these kids are being caught up in this drama. It's like, if you are not with her anymore, if you couldn't keep your dick in your pants when y'all was supposed to be married and she was being as faithful to you as she said she was, then let her go. But it seems like you're in this situation like you're obsessed. You want to be able to feel like if I can't have her, nobody can, and leaving her miserable. Here she is, based off of what we've seen, that she's finally in a relationship with somebody genuinely makes her feel safe, that actually cares about her, that loves her for her, and is not using her or any kind of agenda is involved. And they seem to be on the same page. They seem to be happy, and she had a kid with him. And people getting mad because it's like, oh, you're still married to this other man, but you out here laying low and spreading it wide and having a kid with another dude. If this man is providing her with real love and a sense of security, I don't see no problem with that. The problem is, I know y'all still so caught up in this sanctity of marriage and this whole license situation that they're in. On paper, they married, but the marriage was trash from the jump. But because Kiari was shrouding her with gifts and all these other things, she let it go and she was willing to make it work because she had all these kids with him. But you got to also realize, just because you laying low and spreading it wide and having a bunch of kids, that don't keep a man. So she had to learn the hard way. So far, so good with her and Stephon. And damn, I totally forgot to bring up the story about Stephon suing the guy who accused him of some type of essay or whatever. I meant to bring that up, but I forgot. So I will bring that story up on tomorrow's show and we'll get into that, because that would have been a good transition, but I forgot to bring it up. So I had to do that tomorrow. So yeah, I want to hear from y'all. And then Kiari was on social media talking about that his wife, he was saying something or another about his situation with Cardi, where it's like, all this drama, and now I'm not gonna be able to see my kids and spend Thanksgiving, whatever the case was. I'm sure if you acted like a damn adult and had a conversation with her and was like, okay, you can have Thanksgiving with the kids, but I could do like maybe a after Thanksgiving thing. Because when I was growing up, what we did was, I don't know, for some reason we always spent Thanksgiving like at my cousin's house, at my grandfather's house, whatever the situation was. So we always did like the whole family thing, and then the next day we would do like our own family Thanksgiving. So maybe you could figure that out. That it's like Cardi can spend Thanksgiving with the kids and Stephon, and then the day after Thanksgiving, since it's the weekend, it's like, well, I'll just have Thanksgiving weekend with the kids. If you was mature enough as a man to come at her with that, I'm sure there would not be an issue. Because at the end of the day, Cardi definitely, even though, the ratchetness or whatever, she definitely gives me old school, like, I want the best for the kids to spend time with their father, whatever the case is. But he a fuck boy, so he playing all these damn games, and now he want to backpedal and make everybody feel bad for him. And apparently people don't, especially when you out here trolling. But yeah, spend time with your kids, and not just the ones you got with Cardi, because you got a bunch of baby mamas, sir. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you think of this latest story regarding Off Cheat and him harassing Cardi B? Which is, we've seen many of the receipts in him doing that. But if you're going to do it, lie on the sword and stop trying to play victim. So let me know what you got, because you made the bed, sir, and now you got to lie in it. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the rest of the show. And let's talk about Michael Jackson's daughter, Paris Jackson, who is still going in on the executors of the Jackson estate. She has filed a new report against them for, the little stunt shows and shenanigans surrounding her father's money. Now, I will say this, I guess the Jackson estate has done a phenomenal job of getting their father out of a hole, because he was deep in debt. But she's saying there's some shenanigans going on in regards to the coins. So Paris, who's 27, filed an objection in Los Angeles court on Tuesday, November 18th, balking at the estate's accounting for the 2021 calendar year, which she and her siblings only received in September, some 4 years late. In the filing, Paris expressed concern with the enormous sum of cash that remained uninvested by co-executors John Brinker and John McClain, and said she feels as though the pair's business decisions do not align with the best interests of the estate. She is the beneficiary of the Thriller singer's estate alongside her brothers Prince, 28, and BG, who's 23. Now, Paris is increasingly concerned the estate has become the vehicle for John Brinker to enrich and aggrandize himself rather than serve the beneficiary's best interests and steadfastly preserve her father's legacy, the filing says. This is another misguided attempt by Paris Jackson's attorneys to provide themselves cover, claims a source close to the Jackson estate. The fact is, Paris Jackson's lawyers lost their latest case against the estate that have been ordered to pay for estate's attorney's expenses. All the beneficiaries are well taken care of by the estate. This is a weak attempt to change the narrative of their loss. Paris alleges that in 2021 alone, the executors pocketed more than $10 million in compensation from the estate, which is more than double the amount distributed to any beneficiary from the family's allowance. She also estimates the executor's total compensation to be $148.2 million just through the end of 2021, a number that dwarfs any amount distributed to Paris or her siblings. Well, Paris, there, you do know that you're going to have to prove all of this money situation when you get down to the courthouse. Now, in the filing, Paris says that executives are holding on to more than $464 million in cash, with gains of less than 0.1% due to unproductive investments. She claims that had the money been invested properly, it could have generated, 41 million in profits. The singer-songwriter's filing expresses additional concern about the executive's decision to invest in risky entertainment projects without the necessary industry experience, including the upcoming Jackson biopic titled Michael, in which Branca, an executive producer, cast Miles Teller as himself. Well, I have to say, Miles Teller definitely looks the part. He was unrecognizable. But here's the thing. I wonder if this is also the reasoning, because remember, Paris Jackson said she went in on the movie because Coleman Domingo came out and says that, yeah, the family's all behind it, the kids are behind it. And she was like, no, I'm not behind what's been going on in this. I gave my notes in regards of y'all talking about my father and what should have been in the movie and what shouldn't be in the movie, and you pretty much ignored it. So this is, I guess, up to the executors, because here's the thing. The executors did put money into this movie. And then at one point, they seem to have forgotten about the third act, which was that they were going to focus on one of the accusers of Michael molesting one of the kids. There was a whole thing that was filmed regarding that in the third act, and they had to cut it because it was a thing in the contract that said that, yeah, you can't bring that if there was any kind of settlement with the accusers, you cannot tell their story on the big screen, which is a bummer because I feel like that story should have been told. But then again, if you're doing a movie of Michael Jackson, you already know there's going to be certain biases that's going to be in the film where you're going to try to make Michael look a certain way. Whether or not people believe the accusations, it's kind of a tough a bit of like a tough bit of what is it? Trying to find the words. It's a tough pill to swallow. It's a tough type of conversation that you could bring up in regards of that whole situation. So touchy subject, I guess, is the word I'm trying to say. I'm searching for words as I'm talking about this. So, they said the estate has morphed into a private entertainment investment fund managed more for the benefit of executors and their counsel than its beneficiaries. The executives have not yet disclosed accounting for 2022, 2023, 2024, or 2025, the date. And Paris says she believes they are dragging their feet in order to keep the estate open indefinitely so they can continue pursuing high-risk investments. Her filing comes after the executors filed a motion in court in October that claimed Paris has received approximately $65 million in benefits from the estate. Jackson has over excuse me. They said he was over a half a billion in debt, which would be $500 million. When he passed away in 2009, and in the filing, the executors claimed to have taken the struggling estate and turned it into a powerhouse and a force in the music business. They previously pushed back against Paris's claims they'd given $625,000 worth of gifts and gratuities to 3 different law firms, including calling the allegation knowingly false. She's asking for the court to disallow the account and order the executors to prepare and file an account based on and fully describing their true acts. A hearing for the case is set for January 13th of 2026. So in the meantime, we're just gonna have to wait and see what comes from all this. So I guess what she's saying is that she wants them to have an account, and the only account, what the account should do is basically every time money goes in or comes out, they have to reveal like what is that money going into. And I would think that would seem fair, that you need to let people know what, if you're going to create an account and money's going in or coming out, what's happening with that money. There should be no kind of weird transactions going on without the knowledge of Michael's children, especially since if Michael is no longer here, you would think that the kids would have some sort of a say so in what's happening with their father's money, I would think. But we'll find out all of that once the trial happens, as they said, on January 13th. So in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding Paris Jackson's claims against Michael Jackson's executors, of the estate? I just hope this doesn't affect the upcoming Michael movie that's coming out. Because so far, based on that teaser, it looks pretty good. I just hope the movie doesn't suck. Because you already know how I feel about Bohemian Rhapsody. And it's the same guy that wrote that movie, wrote Michael. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Point. Okay, y'all. So now let's get into this mess regarding Christina Ricci going in and letting have on dumbass Megyn Kelly. I would call it nut. I was like trying to say nutmeg, and it doesn't have a good ring. Nutmeg McKay done took the cake with the whole nutmeg situation. So we gotta come up with a name for this child diddler excuser. Because that's literally what she is. Because Christina Ricci, shout out to her, the only Wednesday we acknowledge, by the way. No shade to Jenna Ortega, but she is the only Wednesday I acknowledge. Because it's my generation's Wednesday. But anyway, so she's calling out Megyn Kelly and calling her a danger to children for moving the goalposts when it comes to excusing Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and the accusations that Donald Trump may have been out here having sexual relations with little girls as young as 14. Now, taking to Instagram stories, the Yellow Jacket star shared a quote that read, "There's definitely a difference between a 5-year-old and a 15-year-old, but that difference is not whether or not sleeping with them makes you a pedophile," per screenshots captured by BuzzFeed. The next slide featured quotes from Kelly's recent interview with journalist Batya Ungar Sargon on her eponymous podcast, in which they went over the House Oversight Committee's release of the Epstein emails. She said, I know somebody very close to the case. Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is what Kelly argued. He wasn't into 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types. There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old, the quote continued in a reshare from Betches _@Betches _news. Well, you're right. There is no difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. Fucking a child is fucking a child. It's wrong. But she is right. He did like the very young teen types because remember, once upon a time, he and Donald Trump judged the teen pageant situation in private. It was just them two amongst these young girls. There were stories about this that came out. So yes, this man was out here trafficking young girls with the help of Ghislaine Maxwell and a lot of people because he kept a lot of files on a lot of people, a lot of dirt. And I also believe that Netanyahu and a bunch of these other dictators, even like what's his name, Putin, they all got dirt on Trump, which is why he does a lot of bidding with a lot of these crazy ass terroristic politicians from other countries. So for her to sit up here and say out of her damn mouth, oh, there's a difference between a 5-year-old and a 15-year-old. 15-year-olds are still young. Their brains haven't developed. They're not old enough to consent about having sex with grown-ass men who know better. What are you talking about? Austin, what was out there having sex with underage boys? His ass is in fucking prison. So for her to sit up in here and move this goalpost because she's Team Trump and everything they do, they're so happy they got to win. Because this is the same long-jawed, man-jawed broad that came out here and made comments about Barack Obama, how we had to sit on our hands, we had to put up with, I'm paraphrasing, but she said some bullshit about Barack Obama being president and how she was seething at the fact that there was a black man running the country for 2 terms. But because they got to win, and Trump gives them permission to say their ignorant, bigoted, racist rhetoric, which has gotten her fired from her job because of some of the racist things she said on her talk show and in other places. Now she feels like she could throw a rock and hide her hand and hide behind this bullshit. But last I checked, Megyn got a 14-year-old daughter. So you're okay with leaving your child around a Jeffrey Epstein? I want to see her go somewhere that's in a room with these Jeffrey Epstein types. Put your daughter in the cutest little outfit, beat her face for the guards like she a drag queen with all the makeup. And let me see you let these grown men go in and let have on your child. I guarantee you she won't allow it. But she's gonna spew this mess on social media. Well, then again, you never know what a lot of these with these types. Because there's many of grown people out here who will pimp out their own damn children for 3 hots and a cot or any kind of assimilation to power. So you'd be surprised with these grown people. They will whore their children out for any kind of opportunity. So Ricci, who's 45, further weighed in via Instagram stories, writing, "This woman is a danger to children." Elsewhere in the aforementioned podcast, the faux news host, faux news alum, I should say, because she has her own show. She's independent now. Argued that the whole thing is just disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this, but Blanche, you are making an excuse for it. I'm just giving you facts. No, that's not facts. That's your opinion being clothed or swathed in what you deem as facts. It's not facts. It's an opinion. Because there is no difference between a 5-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 60-year-old. There might be a little bit of a slight loophole because depending on the state, 17-year-olds are considered legal, 18-year-olds are considered legal. But anything under the age of that, you're playing with fire. So then she also went to say that he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they are, but would look legal to a passerby. What is this bitch saying? Because you can even say the same thing about an 18-year-old. There's some 18-year-old girls who are the legal age, and boys, But we talk about the girls because that's what Jeffrey, for as far as we know, this is what Jeffrey Epstein was in. But we could probably lump both sexes because boys are just as much as sex trafficking and abuse as girls. A lot of people just like to focus on the girls because girls are more chic. You can't really talk about boys being diddled with, but they get diddled with just as much as the girls. But there are people like, especially when you look at the adult entertainment and all these other things, they have the ones that are barely legal, which is what they call it. The 18-year-olds who, they are the legal age, but to the eye, they look 14. They look like they, still got Similac on their breath. And that's a turn on for a lot of grown men. The hell is this bitch talking about? So Kelly went on to say she had been reliably told this about the disgraced financier for many years until Attorney General Pam Bondi announced earlier this year that the FBI allegedly had tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn on Epstein's computer they were viewing. Saying, quote, for the first time I thought, oh no, he was an actual pedophile. Well, bitch, we told you he was. That was always the thing that was running around that he was. So because this friend that you talking about told you that they all this stuff, now you believe it? The stories was out there. What the fuck you talking about, Willis? She never clarified it, Kelly said of Bonnie's comments about the videos, adding, I don't know whether it's true. The stories is out there. What are you talking about? They always like to play up this dumb, but they never want to admit when their side fucks up. But let me tell you, if this was the Democrats that was caught up in this, and trust me, believe they're trying to say this to Democrats that's in them Epstein files. Release it. I don't know why y'all sit up here and try to act like that we're the ones. Well, I'll speak for me. That because I'm not some psychotic conservative or a part of the MAGA cult, that I'm so quick to be like, oh, it's the other side, it's the other side. No, I don't think that way. Pedophilia is wrong regardless of who's doing it, regardless of the political party. I wish we would stop trying to make everything about Republicans versus Democrats. It's right and wrong. And what's wrong is sexually abusing children, regardless of your political affiliation. If there are Democrats that are on that list that was out here and you got evidence of them sticking their peen or their poon on some child, release it, and they need to be persecuted. I don't give a fuck if they're on what side of or what party they're affiliated with. It's wrong, regardless. So if y'all want to sit up here and nitpick and try to make it about it's the other side or it's this or it's that, you go ahead and do that. But for me personally, no. If regardless of the side, release it. And there's been many sensible people who are on the side of democracy. I'm not saying corporate senators Democrat because I'm not any of those. I'm way more progressive in my beliefs. I'm a democratic socialist. And I wear that with a badge of honor. The real ones, not the fake ones like the AOCs and the Bernie Sanders, because you're already pissing me off with this shit talking about we don't need to primary Hakeem Jeffries. This is not the time. Well, when the fuck is it? Because AOC just pissed me off with that one. But that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. You can't sit up here doing a whole fight the oligarchy tour, and then we've actually taken the advice to fight the oligarchy. Oh no, now is not the time. Well, then when is it, sis? But to get back to this, like I said, right is right and wrong is wrong. And pedophilia is wrong. So now Kelly's comments prompted an instant wave of backlash, as rightfully so, on Twitter. One person says, Sirius XM needs to fire Megyn Kelly right now. And should. Oh, she's on Sirius XM, so that's, I guess, the home of where she gets to broadcast her buffoonery. Another person, I want Megyn Kelly to say this to a 15-year-old victim's face. I want her to look that child in the eye and say it's less bad. Another person, a 15-year-old is, and they said in caps, is a child. Very disappointed in you. Now, Epstein died by suicide in August of 2019. He was found in his prison cell in New York while awaiting trial on the infamous charges of sex trafficking of minors. As for Kelly, this certainly isn't the first time she has broached a controversial topic on her podcast. In recent months, she also claimed Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are likely to lose their titles, bashing Sydney Sweeney's viral transparent red carpet dress, and labeled Jennifer Lopez as an adult entertainer for a sultry performance over the summer. Well, that last part, she just mad because she can't even get her husband's dick hard. I mean, quiet as it's kept, word on the street is her husband rather be out here diddling with someone of the same gender than her man-looking ass. But like I said, at the end of the day, Megyn got to be a special kind of stupid to even fix her mouth to excuse this kind of behavior. But then again, shouldn't be surprised by her answer, especially when these maggot cultists continue to move the goalpost in order to justify Donald Trump's actions. Like I said, this is the same person who is currently raising a teen daughter, and I want to see her not only as that person said say this to a teen person's face, I want her to say that to her own child if her child ever came up to her and said, "Mommy, a man was inappropriate with me." It's not so bad. You can take it. You old enough. 14 is considered an adult. It's not bad. Yeah, okay, bitch. But as long as she and her team remains, her team remains in power as in this current administration, and she gets the grift offset power, she will continue to look the other way while the Trump administration continue to destroy what's left of America. So we'll see if she gets taken off the air for it, but I doubt it because we got all these people in place that are protecting Trump and are all about Trumpism, and these oligarchs want their tax breaks or whatever the case is. So they're not gonna rock the boat. She'll still get to continue to keep her job, but in the meantime, people need to keep their foot on her neck in regards to the bullshit that she's been spewing. And the only way you could get Megyn Kelly crazy pedophile supporting ass off social media or off Sirius XM, them ratings need to fall. So money talks, low ratings talk. That's the only way you can fight back against these people. But it is what it is, whatever. But I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Christina Ricci had to say in regards of Megyn Kelly spewing this hateful, stupid rhetoric, inexcusable behavior regarding supporting pedophilia? Because they love moving the goalposts when it comes to their own being caught out here in some BS. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Christina Ricci, Megyn Kelly is a danger to children. Okay. There ain't no demon like a not with the 3 Ks. Okay. Oh, they're the worst. The MAGA Christians. And it's funny because I feel like they've truly destroyed what true Christianity is really about. Really about. There are some Christians out there that are just like not aligning with the BS of Trump and are against pedophilia and any abuse of children. But then you have these cultists, these MAGA Christians who sit up here and spew hate and vitriol and want you to suffer, but all in the name of Jesus. It's like the same thing with the Nicki Minaj stuff. So like, as long as she mentions God and Jesus in the sentence, y'all just follow blindly into the abyss. But you're not really doing the work, the research as to why there's this big invasion on what's happening in Nigeria, and it has nothing to do with the persecution of Christians. All right, y'all. Now let's get into this story. And let's talk about Orenthal J. Simpson, who we haven't heard that name in a minute. I mean, he is dead, so we can still talk about him. But apparently, the man who did kill Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson, his ex-wife, apparently his estate has been ordered to pay Ron Goldman's family a huge amount of money that, quiet as it's kept, I don't even think that his estate can even pay the amount of money that they're asking. So according to People, the estate of the late O.J. Simpson has officially accepted a multi-million-dollar claim from Fred Goldman, Ron Goldman's father, 31 years after the Goldman family won a wrongful death suit against the NFL star. The creditor claim was submitted by Fred on July 2024 for the amount of $57,997,858.12, plus judgment interest on the approved amount, per paperwork obtained by People that was filed by the estate's executor, Malcolm Laverne, in the Clark County District Court in Nevada on Friday, November 14th. Fred filed a claim for more than $117 million, but Malcolm stated that he believes Fred's computation of interest, while done in good faith, was inaccurate per the court documents. Malcolm stated that he would continue to work with Fred on a more accurate interest calculation. So yeah, he wanted 117 million, but he's getting 57. So it's like half ish. Now, I was speaking to TMZ. TMZ be getting on my damn nerves. Malcolm said the estate plans to pay out as much of the amount as possible while they continue to auction off items. He additionally claimed that some items have been stolen from the estate, and he is currently working with lawyers to regain possession of some of them. Well, isn't that how OJ managed to actually go to jail? That there was a situation. I'm paraphrasing. I can't remember fully, but there was some items that he had claimed got stolen. He went to go get them back, and he ended up serving time for it. He further told the outlet he plans to ask the court to award Ron a fee for advising him on how to run the estate. In a statement to People, the Goldman family's attorney, Mikhail, I think is how you say the name, Rafferty of Maupin Cox and Lagoy, said the executive's acceptance of the claim is a positive acknowledgement of the debt. It does not constitute payment. This acceptance allows the administration of the claim to move forward in probate. We will continue to monitor the probate process as it progresses. Now, OJ was acquitted, even though we know he did it. If it don't fit, you must acquit. And they acquitted him. But later on, he did do it. Remember, he came out with a book called "If I Did It." Like, really, he really knew how to throw the salt on the wound. So OJ was acquitted in the 1994 stabation deaths of his ex-wife, 35-year-old Nicole Brown Simpson, and 25-year-old Ron in 1995. However, the Brown and Goldman families took the former athlete to civil court the following year. They were awarded more than $33 million in the wrongful death suit, but OJ ultimately paid very little of the amount owed. OJ died of cancer in April of 2024 at the age of 76, still in debt to the families. OJ, died without penance. David Cook, an attorney for Fred, told People at the time. He did not want to give a dime, a nickel to Fred, never anything, never. Well, I don't know why, because you went and had that man killed, his son. You killed his son and your ex. I don't even know, were they divorced at the time? His wife, ex-wife, whatever. But he was beating her up. He was abusive. And OJ had a jealous streak. We ain't gonna blame it on the CTE. The man just had a jealous streak. He took that woman's life, and yeah, you should have paid the price. But I guess because at the time in the 90s, we were big on, there was a lot of police brutality going on, a lot of injustices against Black people, especially like pertaining to the Rodney King situation. And there was a lot going on in regards of that. So OJ slithered his way in at the right time, and a lot of, Black people, particularly, were just happy that a Black man got off in the injustice of two white people getting killed. 9 years later, we look back on it as, okay, so you did do it. And I think maybe in our heart of hearts, I mean, I was way too young to even understand it because I was in school at the time, when all of this stuff was breaking down and Black people were cheering in the streets, white people were pissed. So it was kind of like that division at the time. So I totally understand. But now that we know better in this situation, we came to the clues like, yeah, he did it. I don't mean to laugh, but I'm saying, yeah, OJ did it. And now he paid the price since then. So yeah, you may have gotten off and from doing time for the murders, but your life ain't been the same since that situation. Now, Cook additionally told People that previous lawyers for the family had sought to obtain pensions that OJ received from the NFL, but they went nowhere with it. Lawyers also potentially looked at obtaining the money from OJ trusts as well, but they kept hitting a wall. Following the news of OJ's death, Fred told People that it was a reminder that of his loss at the time, saying, "This is a reminder for us of how long Ron had been gone, how long we have missed him, and nothing more than that. This is the only thing that's important today. It is the pain from then until now. There is nothing today that is more important than the loss of my son and the loss of Nicole. Nothing is more important than that." Remember, and also it was they said that it was the crime scene was so brutal because that had to be a crime of passion. Like, nobody stabs a woman that many times and it not being personal, to the point where her head was literally severed from its body for the amount of stabations that was going on from the murders. So that was obviously a crime of passion. Nobody who, if I don't know somebody, I'm not stabbing them that many times and it not being something, not being personal in the stabations. So I know this is not going to bring Ron Goldman back, but I'm at the overall thought of pay me for my pain. And that's where I am with it. So hopefully, you know what? He gets the money, but if if the OJ estate continues to, it's like they've been dragging their feet on it. So hopefully he gets the money, and yeah, good luck, sir. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding OJ's estate? I'm going to be paying Ron Goldman $58 million for their son's death. The father's been out here trying to get compensation. And it's like, yeah, it's not going to bring my son back. But as I said before, pay me for my pain. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Like now will they shut up about are you saying something that shady? Finally, now will they shut up about the damn money? Look, like they've been saying over the years, this damn estate been dragging their feet in regards of him getting his money. So I don't even think that'll happen. They'll continue to keep talking about it, or he'll still be out here complaining like, yeah, they said that it was gonna give me this money and you ain't give it to me. All right, y'all. So now we down to our final four topics. Now, before we get to our final four, if you have not already, please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. It definitely helps with the algorithm, pushing out the show more. Definitely leave your comments and all other stuff as we continue with the show. Even if we do the playback, definitely leave your comments and stuff in there. I definitely be like, I want to hear from y'all within reason. If y'all, not out here being shady with the comments and all this stuff, but just leave your comments in the comment section. Please and thank you. So now further ado, I guess the final four is a lot of homosexual topics. Let's talk about Kim Petras, who is opening up about the fact that she blew out her voice and had to learn how to re-sing again because she was on the Feed the Beast tour, and said that she had absolutely no idea how to sing when she was performing on tour. So the 33-year-old Grammy winner, who skyrocketed to global fame with Sam Smith on their smash hit Unholy, revealed that she wrecked her voice during her 2023-2024 Feed the Beast tour. She said, quote, I had to learn vocal technique because I didn't learn until I went on tour and blew out my voice. And I was like, what the fuck do I do? This is what she told people on Wednesday. So I really had to wreck my vocal cords before I learned how to properly use my instrument. Even with the damage, she narrowly avoided surgery, admitting I got away with it, but I had to shut up for 2 weeks, not use my voice at all. That forced her into a new routine, and said, and then I learned about vocal resting and how I need to shut the fuck up after shows. I need to not talk in bars and loud places. Now she relies on techniques like singing in the mask to keep her voice safe. She said there's healthy placement when you place your voice in your mask. She added, people sometimes perceive that as being fake when you talk about from that voice, but it's to protect your instrument. I also have to remind myself to speak high pitched in my mask and not speak from my throat. I think that's been the most important lesson. Is why Ariana Grande told us the way that she be talking. Cause y'all notice what, like, since she's been doing this wicked figure, she has a sweet little voice or whatever. I was like, girl, who is that? Like, what personality are we taking on today? So maybe that's why Ariana does these things, because she understands that there's certain techniques you have to take in place. But what I find fascinating about this story is the fact that there are singers out here who really do not know that they need to protect their voice. There are certain techniques. You should always be taking voice lessons. Like, even if you're like, if this is something you do for a living, any kind of thing you do, whether you're an actor, a singer, whatever, you got to take the classes. You should always be trying to perfect your craft. And you can't get up there every night just singing a certain way, and then it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna party, I'm gonna be out here screaming. It's like, no, you're gonna cause damage, and then the next day you got to go out and you got to perform. There's a discipline that goes with this. It was like, I even think, like, if you ever watch Truth or Dare, even Madonna points this out, where it was like, when she was off doing that Blonde Ambition tour, she wasn't out here she wasn't out here protecting her instrument. She was just singing how she be singing, and then she would have to constantly go to the doctor. Her voice was betraying her, and then she was getting laryngitis because she wasn't singing properly. It wasn't until she trained, she got the role for Evita, that she finally got proper vocal technique. And you saw the drastic change for what she learned from that when you would see her on the Drown World tour. When she, of course, when she did she did the Evita soundtrack, the Ray of Light album, Confessions, all this stuff, like all those things that she learned, she applied it to her music, and vocally, she sounded it improved her vocal ability, especially when you watch the Reinvention tour. Like her vocals was on point. But many of the episodes, like I said, when she did Drown World, she was up there singing live. The voice was on point every night. So it showed a drastic improvement. And yeah, so if you're any kind of talent, you should be up there unless you lip syncing for your life like you are Britney Spears or an impersonator, because Britney don't perform no more. Then you could be up there lip syncing and you could save your voice and all this stuff. But if you are actually a professional singer, you should be out here pretending your craft. Now, speaking of Ariana Grande, Petras even defended her, who has been criticized for her own vocal shift. She said, excuse me, I feel like people need to back off Ariana Grande for using her healthy vocal placement because she's not being fake. She's just protecting her voice. So I guess when she speaks, because like Kim said, is like, I have to learn to speak in the mask, which is I have to speak at a high pitched voice because at the end of the day, I'm actually protecting my actual instrument. Because if I speak in the same register all the time, it's going to cause damage. She said, now despite the vocal scare, she credits touring with sharpening her songwriting. She said, it's really been super formative for me. I think I used to write my songs really high pitched before I went on tour. And then I realized, oh, I have to do this every night. So I'm like, wait a minute. I just realized that she wasn't really out here touring before Feed the Beast. And yeah, she would do a little appearance here and there and perform. But when you are touring, that's you this is it's like running a marathon. You have to train for that. Like I always said, you have to literally become an athlete when you're on tour. Unless you're one of those people that's just standing there strumming a guitar and got a band, that's different. But if you're moving around the stage, jumping up and down, running up and down your catwalk or whatever the case is, and doing choreography and things, there's a certain thing that you have to do in order to maintain that type of stamina every night. Run on the treadmill, learn vocal techniques. I remember I told y'all back in the day, Matthew used to have Destiny's Child running on a treadmill and singing at the same time because you got to be able to keep that up. Now you see why Beyonce sings the way she sings. So yeah, this is definitely something that you have to take seriously. And like I said before, and I'm glad she brought this part up when she said that going on tour sharpened her songwriting because it's like, yeah, you literally, and a lot of people don't think about this. Alicia Keys being one of them. I was like, you writing this song in that register, you do know when you turn 40, 50, 60, 70, if you still up here doing that shit, you still got to sing that song in that key that you wrote when you was 20. And now here you is 40 some odd years old, and you trying to sing in that same key that you did when you was 20. And now them vocals ain't going where you trying to get it to go. So now you sounding sharp in some areas, you sounding pitchy in others, and everybody looking at you like, girl, what are you doing? So I think artists need to also be aware of that. So y'all always like to crack jokes and make comments about being young or being older or whatever. You want to throw shade. It's like, but if you plan on having something called longevity in this business, you really, as a 20-year-old, need to think about the future. What will my voice sound like when I'm 30? What will my voice sound like when I'm 40? What will my voice sound like when I'm 50? Because yes, your voice ages as you get older. The way you sounded when you was 16, the way you sounded when you was 26, and the way you sounded when you was 36, if you 46, it sounds completely different. So you have to think about that when you're up there on that stage, unless you want to rely on background singers and backing tracks to be able to do the heavy lifting while you change them keys up. Because if you listen to Mariah Carey, she ain't singing in the keys that she sang when she was, when she was first starting out, when she came out with her debut with Emotions and all of them and Make It Happen. She ain't singing like that no more. Patti LaBelle ain't even singing her songs in the key that she sang them in back in the day. Alicia Keys still trying to sing in them keys, and y'all be making fun of her, but she tries. um, but yeah, it's like, yeah, you have to think about that. You have to do this every night. You can't be up there singing like that. So yeah, she does have a new album coming out. I'm definitely looking forward to hearing what that sounds like. I've heard that she has cut ties with Dr. Pugh, so she has completely disavowed herself from that mess. We'll see when that comes out. But that they're not only talking about her vocal ability, they also talking about the fact that Miss Mama's done lost a lot of weight. So they've been talking about her weight loss too. So back in July, the German pop star stunned social media when she stripped down to a G-string, showing off her much slimmer frame. Fans sounded off immediately, and opinions were split. One wrote, "Yes, skinny legend." Another added, "Her thong straps look like they sliding down." Oh, y'all shady. A third said, "Not body shaming her at all, but genuinely concerned about her weight." Speculation has swirled for more than a year that Petras may be using Ozempic or a similar drug. This is what I don't understand: is that a lot of you girls who aren't really heavy, why are y'all using these weight loss drugs? One Dr. Adam Rubenstein, I'm sorry, said she hasn't confirmed anything, but this is a pretty clear body change that happened over a year, and I think it is not unlikely that Kim used Ozempic or some similar weight loss drug. He noted the dramatic physical shift. To get your extremities looking thinner, that is a significant amount of weight loss. Now, she fueled the chatter last April when she canceled all her summer festival dates, citing unspecified health issues. But people also really need to think about that. Yeah, when you're using that Ozempic, yeah, you be looking good out on the outside, but there's a lot of side effects that goes into that. They said the drugs can cause nausea. There have been reports of pancreatitis as well, adding that it would make performing extremely painful. But this is why you got to be careful with all these type of drugs y'all be putting in y'all system, because I'm sorry, but it's not worth it. I'm not trying to get pancreatitis. I'm not trying to get a fucked up bladder or constipation or whatever the side effects and stuff are. I'd rather just do it the old school way. And yeah, it may be taking me a long way to lose all the weight so that way I look good enough in the eyes of whoever. But quiet as it's kept for me, on my weight loss situation, well, it's not like I'm trying to lose weight. I'm just trying to maintain what I got. I like doing the deadlifts and lifting weights and stuff at the gym. But I also recently, because I wasn't doing that before, I changed the way I eat. I eat way more. I've been eating a lot of salads and stuff lately. But and like I was saying before, who knew that eating healthy was so damn expensive? Because when I be going to places like Just Salad and all these other places in New York, buying a salad is like $25. If I buy those and the after workout smoothies that I be drinking, it's so expensive to eat healthy, and it's not worth it. Like this get rich or this quick, I won't say get rich quick scheme, but it's like this quick result of I need to stick a thing in my body, like a needle in me to lose weight. But I mean, if you need help, like a little pick me up, if you're somebody who's like 400 pounds and you want to like get help slimming down, then that's great, but don't depend on it. Maintain it by going to the gym and toning up and all that other stuff. So shout out to Kim Petras. And I'm looking forward to hearing the new music and the new album and stuff because I'm a fan of hers. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you think this was great advice in regards, or I think it was in regards of her talking about, you know, blowing out her vocal cords? I just think this is definitely a story that many people, if you're an aspiring singer or if you even are a singer who's starting out, take this advice. Definitely put some money behind vocal lessons and protecting your instrument. And also, if you are a writer, learn how to write songs in a key that is not going to damage your voice in the long run, especially if you plan on doing this for like making this a career and doing it for decades. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, let's see what the people are saying. My throat goat. Oh, I do love that song. I did like the slut pop era. I'm not gonna hold you on that one. You said Feed the Beast was such a chill. Let's call that. Yeah, to be honest, I don't like Feed the Beast. I did like the song, but overall the album I just felt like it was just it was like I maybe listened to the album like maybe twice and then I had pretty much forgot about it. I pretty much like the slut pop stuff more so than the Feed the Beast. And I'm sure I just hope that with this new album it's a definite upgrade. Ooh, neck. Not that I wanted to quote Kaya, but my neck is. I was like, my neck and my back. It was like, which led to her becoming the laughing stock she is now. The 3 singles she's released from Detour have been so good. I hope she doesn't disappoint again. That's what I was saying. Is like this new album so far. I like the direction she's going in, but yeah, that Feed the Beats era was trash. I don't know if that was her trying to fulfill some sort of a contract to remove herself far away from what she had going on with Dr. Puke. But I just hope that she's able to, you know, really find her own voice in all of this. I learned something new from your show every day. Vocalists speak in high pitched voices to protect their singing voice, even though Kim is nowhere near. Had to throw a dagger in. I mean, yeah, she does get help with some of the machines and stuff, but if she's out here trying to take herself seriously as a singer, I guess that's what she's trying to do. I also really only dig the slut pop eras and those droplet singles she debuted with. I don't want to. I don't want it all is arguably a pop master. Yeah, she's got a couple of cute songs. Unholy kind of gets on my nerves now, but it is what it is. I think, oh wait, isn't did Sam Smith just finish their residency in Brooklyn? I think they're done with that. But anyway, let's move on. Let's get into some drag race tea. Let's talk about Sugar and Spice. Now, the funny enough, I was thinking about them the other day. I'm like, Sugar and Spice, because we ain't really been hearing from them. But it seems like one of them has decided that they don't want to be a part of, they don't want to be a package deal. And they're like, I'm leaving this joint. I'm flying solo. I want to do my own thing. And so that's what's currently happening with one of the girls. You know, Mistress Isabel Brooks' ex drag daughters, because I don't think they're even part of that situation. I think that was a brief situation. But anyway, according to Out, because they had the tea, Sugar and Spice, the twin contestants of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 15, who were the most followed drag artists on TikTok for several years, or as some in the comments call it, the Clock app. That's what Onyx calls it, have officially gone their separate ways. Over the weekend, Sugar shared a statement announcing her new drag name, explaining the reasons behind the rebrand and seemingly hinting at how bad things had gotten with Spice as they continue to present themselves as a duo. Sugar wrote, introducing Sugar Soleil. Not just a name change, but a rebirth and arrival of the individualized light that's been lying dormant inside of me. For the past few years, I've grown to feel disconnected from the initial Y2K bimbo character I was hiding behind, the Drag Race star added, clearly referencing the Y2K bimbo personas that she presented as one half of Sugar and Spice. I knew there was much more to my consciousness as an artist, and it was up to me to do the inner work and unlock my own divinity. Soleil was waiting for me until I awoke to my true essence and broke free from the fear of being seen as my spiritual and whimsical self. Now, Sugar also revealed the inspirations behind the new drag name. Soleil is a respelling of the French name Soleil, as in Soleil, like Soleil Moonfry. Remember her, Punky Brewster, which means the sun and represents warmth and possibility. I will always be the Sugar of Sugar and Spice, but Soleil is my own personal extension of source energy. She is my gift that I have received for committing to my higher, most aligned path. She's been the sun in my darkest moments, and now I'm ready to share her with you all. I hope I can lead the way for other blocked creative / inspiring artists to reclaim their own magnificence. It's never too late. Well, you know, it wouldn't be Sugar or Spice without them giving a long-winded ass reasoning behind why they doing what they doing. And in regards to the name change, if you like it, I love it. I don't particularly know if I care about Sugar Soleil. I'ma still, if I saw her, say, "Hey, Sugar, how you doing?" Um, and that was the because I'm trying. Oh yeah, I did meet them back when I went to the Drag Race premiere for season 15, and I did the one for season. I didn't do season 16, but I did season 15 and 17. Those are the ones I went to. And sidebar, word on the street is that season 18's premiere of the cast and everything in New York, how they do the usual thing, is going to be December 9th, is what I'm hearing. So we should be hearing who the new queens are of Drag Race, I would say by Thanksgiving. We should know who they should be bringing up the cast and everything, is from what I'm hearing. Don't quote me, but I'm hearing definitely December 9th, but also we should be hearing because it would make sense. We got to hear about it by next week if you're going to be premiering, or maybe even by Friday we should hear, because that would make more sense, because that gives enough time. If December's literally right around the corner, we should be hearing who, they should be announcing who these new queens are on the major season of Drag Race. But in regards to this, I knew this is only a matter of time before someone was going to have to come to this revelation. Like the whole Y2K bimbo thing, that's got a short shelf life. Say that 10 times fast. That's got a short shelf life. So I can't necessarily see y'all trying to carry that whole bimbo Barbie Y2K type situation on forever. And Sugar, being that they're twins, I'm gonna lump them together. Sugar and Spice, they're fairly young. So Sugar coming to this revelation, um, yeah, you're gonna have to find a way to constantly evolve as an artist, as a drag queen, as a drag performer, whatever have you. And so you trying to find a way to distinguish yourself from your twin, that was gonna make sense. I mean, we saw that. I clocked that from watching Drag Race. That was like when one went home and the other was there. At some point, you gotta pretty much try to find your own sense of individuality, because yeah, when we watched y'all on the show, there was this, oh, we're so reliant on each other in this situation, which makes sense because y'all are twins, y'all been together since birth, to be honest with you, quiet as it's kept. And you're going on a competition series where you're in a room with a bunch of strangers who y'all don't know, and y'all come from the world of, we're social media drag queens. We never really like pounded the pavement, and we're not the old school drag queens where we just decided to put on a wig and some makeup and some cute clothes, and we went down to do amateur night at the local drag bar, and we just tried to build our foundation from the ground up and make a name for ourselves. They didn't do drag like that. They're from the new school of drag, which is, we just went on social media, and because we're pretty boys and now we could be pretty girls, and we had this persona and everything that we cooked up, it works better on social media because that's the new thing now of how to become famous. So the statement was shared along with a video of Sugar performing Headline by Imogen Heap. Besides Sugar's lip sync performance, the video included was seen to be a comment from a fan named Robbie. Roby, by the way. The comment reads, "Oh, Sugar Soleil, woke something up inside you because she's taking it." Light blue heart emoji. Sugar also shared the post via IG story, writing, "For those asking, my new name is Sugar Soleil." Sun emoji. I wrote about the name change in a caption of this video. Sparkling emoji. I'm still working on getting my name updated on here. So if anyone has a Meta, parent company to Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp, connect LMK. Now, Sugar, excuse me, Sugar and Spice walked into the Drag Race workroom as two of the most followed queens across social media platforms, a remarkable feat for U.S. queens who had yet been on Drag Race at all, or an actual stage. As the competition went on, the twins were perceived by the fans and their season 15 sisters as somewhat immature but ultimately innocuous. Though they did try to quit the show together instead of lip singing for their lives and being separated by a decision from Mama Ru of who got to stay and who got to sashay away. In Untucked, eventual crown winner Sasha Colby was shown talking them off a proverbial ledge and insisted it would be unfair to their experience on the show if they simply gave up and didn't allow whoever got to stay to complete her own Drag Race run. Despite Sasha's wise advice, the twins moved forward with their paired up choreographed lip sync rather than engaging in an actual lip sync for your life where each queen attempts to outperform the other. Yeah, they was up there doing silliness, and they did it to You Better Run by Pat Benatar. And at the end of the day, while they controlled the narrative of how they were going to perform it and do whatever, Rue still, because it's a show, decided who was going to stay or who got to sashay away. Because at the end of the day, they still run shit over there at World of Wonder. So Spice got to stay. Sugar got chopped, and she lasted 4 episodes, and then Spice stayed until episode 9, which is why I said, like, that's enough time where it's like, yeah, and regardless of who stays, this is the opportunity for one of them to stay along, because to me it fits the narrative of the show, which is, how do you survive on a show and finding out who you are as an individual without having to rely on your twin, because your twin, which would be Sugar, is your safety blanket. So now that safety blanket has been ripped from up under you, how do you survive without it? And for the most part, I feel like Spice, for the most part, found it out. Although that lip sync Lollapalooza was ridiculous. Spice should have went home at that point. Like, come on now. But they sent, who was it that went home? Jax? I think it was during that season that wound up getting chopped. Now it appears that the twins themselves are choosing to sashay away from each other in pursuit of an individual light that's been lying dormant, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So I'm actually curious as to what's the real reason behind it. Maybe hearing about this is really no tea and no shade. Maybe the reality is that, okay, they're ready, Sugar is ready to move on and, like, you know what? I love you as a twin or whatever the case is, but I'm ready to find my own individuality. And you go off and do your thing, I go off and do mine. There's no shade between us. There's no animosity. I don't hate you, but I gotta be able to carve my own path in this, world of this concrete jungle of drag. Because there's a lot of girls out here trying to, clamor for the spotlight in the world of drag performance. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? If you have any more details on this situation, definitely let me know down in the comments. But in the meantime, are you sad to hear that Sugar and Spice have split and now they're kind of all doing their own thing? Or do you feel like it's a good thing that, you know what, you're kind of splitting off because you need to find and carve your own path and do your own thing and stop, as they say, relying on that body. But for this case, stop relying on your twin. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Roinks. Now, Sugar Soleil is such a cunty name. She probably wants to compete on All Stars without her twin being attached to her hip. I always like Sugar's girly aesthetic more than Spice's gothic aesthetic. Yeah, because she played up the bimbo Barbie thing, and yeah, Spice is more dark sided with her aesthetic. Gayton, Sadie, Finn, and Caleb from Stranger Things said they would love to be guest judges on Drag Race, and they knew the references of the show too. Lord knows Drag Race has run out of guest judges. Yeah, at this point, you need to start bringing some of them kids from Stranger Things on, because some of these other people, when I be looking at them, I be like, who? What? Who is this person? Now, if the kids from Stranger Things, you can get a bunch of them on the show. Well, as individual, I'm like, why not? I mean, look, if you can get Millie Bobby Brown on the show, that would be great too. But if Gayton loves Drag Race, if Caleb loves Drag Race, if Finn Wolfhard, if all the boys and stuff like Drag Race, get them on. It shouldn't always be about a popularity contest. Because quiet as it's kept, there'll be some people on there that we don't know who the hell they are, and you put them on. So when they not all A-list. But anyway, speaking of drag, let's get into some more Drag Race news. And let's talk about Onya Nurve. So I do wonder if Onya Nurve was getting on Kinky Boots people's damn nerves, because they said Onya Nurve, aka Justin Woody, will not be doing the traveling version of Kinky Boots. Instead, Anya's understudy has been tapped to take on production duties. So the 2025-2026 non-equity tour of Kinky Boots has suddenly removed Justin Woody, aka Onya Nurve, as Lola. Shout out to Billy Porter, because Billy Porter paid Lola. And should we tell Elgio, if I'm not mistaken, played Lola in the movie version. The movie would now be, the role will now be played by Omari Collins, aka Scarlett D. Von Du. Sidebar, are you related to Widow Von Du? You the daughter of Widow? You know I love me some Widow Von Du, by the way. Onya Nurve is a drag superstar that won the 17th season of RuPaul's Drag Race. This will be Omari's 7th production of Kinky Boots, and they were initially cast as a Lola understudy. Now, when reached out for comment, reps for this production of Kinky Boots shared the following statement. On behalf of Kinky Boots on tour, Justin Woody, aka Onya Nurve, is no longer with the company. We are thrilled to share that Omari Collins, Scarlett D. Von Du, will step into the role as Lola. We wish Justin well, and we look forward to bringing Kinky Boots to theaters all across the country. Well, of course, that was a cute little PR situation if there ever was one. But nevertheless, as I stated before, I want to know the tea. I want to know why is it that On Your Nerve is not a part of it. I was like, hold on, let me pull up the picture because I want to show y'all if you for you to see who these people are. Well, Ms. Von Du and that cast that's officially a part of it. I actually thought that Kinky Boots was still on Broadway, but apparently not. So I was mistaken in that whole case. Hold on, where is it? Well, I just had it. Oh, I got it. I got it. Okay, there it is. So now that is the official. These are people who's going to be a part of it. Nurve / Woody was announced to play Lola in this production of Kinky Boots in July, just 3 months after being crowned America's Next Drag Superstar. Nurve shared the news in a joyful Instagram post that reads, quote, I am beyond excited and humbled to announce that I'll be joining the 2025 national tour of Kinky Boots the Musical as Lola at Kinky Boots on Tour. Before RuPaul's Drag Race, I wanted to be Lola, and now I get to live out both my dreams at the same damn time. Truly a full circle moment. So excited to continue to learn, grow, and take in every single thing this new chapter has to offer me. Everybody say, yeah. Ah. So that's what she said. Now, Omari Collins, otherwise known as Scarlett Devon Du, was originally cast as one of the angels, as evidenced by a social media post shared by Collins in November. Collins wrote in an Instagram post, "The boots are back, baby. I'm officially hitting the road with at Kinky Boots on tour. Catch us in the city near you." Now, RuPaul's Drag Race season 17 winner On Your Nerve is no longer playing the lead. And basically it's just saying the same doggone thing. Rumors about Nurve / Woody's departure started with a post on the Twitter page Green Gay over the weekend. First of all, shout out to Green Gay. Y'all be cracking me up because y'all be up in here writing like, do you remember they played the little thing about Willem having to check the Britney impersonator Derek Barry for saying that people died during Stonewall? I was gonna crack out of that. She was like, nobody died. I was like, yes, sis, nobody died. So in the comments regarding Scarlett Devon Du, by the way, one person, the Angel Moore, said, come on now, and I need you as Lola too. No shade. Congratulations. I have to catch it. And this was this a couple of weeks ago. Another person said she got a promotion. Yenny. Another person said, I'm seated. The theater employees are scared and asking me to leave because tour hasn't started yet, but I'm simply too seated. Another person said, long live the theater queen. Another person said, stunningly gorgeous. Another person went on to say about about Scarlett, congratulations, queen. So she's getting a lot of congratulations and everything. And yeah, like I said before, I'm definitely curious as to why she's not a part of it. Because well, Green Gay asked this. They said, anyone know what happened with On Your Nerve on the Kinky Boots tour? She was announced as Lola, but the site now lists the understudy and posts with her one removed, just asking if she was replaced or if there was an update that I missed. Green Gay's post was then reposted in the RuPaul's Drag Race subreddit and gained even more attention from Drag Race fans. Where, if I go over there, they wound up saying, Anya deleted the announcement they made when they were cast from their Facebook, and the official link on the touring webpage no longer exists or no longer lists her. Oof. Another person said, oh man, she just posted a backstage pic on her Insta story like a few days ago. This is some abrupt-ish. Another person said, I mean, they could be taking everything down so they can upload new photos of Anya as Lola, but with everything they mentioned, Anya and Kinky Boots being removed, I doubt she's still attached to the role, unfortunately. Well, now, according to the report, she's not. So they have the understudy coming in. And so, yeah, I'm definitely curious as what's going on. Why are they talking about Slation Royale? We don't care about that. So yeah, this is hold on the subreddit situation. That was the post that they had ended up putting up. And so so the thread where they was somehow it gained over 1,400 upvotes in just a couple of days. So we don't know what's going on with this whole situation. Why Onion has departed. Nobody is letting us know why, but the production basically has confirmed that she's no longer attached. But if you're interested in trying to catch the Kinky Boots musical, definitely head over to kinkybootsmusical.com and show your support. So, I'm a fan out and trying to find out what's the tea, because I'm sitting there like, look, the one thing about the Drag Race is that the show is for people to kind of take their talents and milk that win and a success as long as you can until the next batch comes in. Unless you have the wherewithal like the Alaskas and the Willems and the Bianca Del Rios and the Trixie Mattels, where you can continue to parlay a career without the backing of Drag Race or the support of Drag Race. I was thinking Anya could have been that girl, but something had to happen. And I want to know the tea. So if y'all know the tea, y'all know what to do. Let me know in the comments or DM me. I won't tell y'all, I won't tell who sourced me the information, but I'll bring back the information. Like I said, I won't say who it is. But let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. I was thinking that too, because that's why I was wondering. Like, I was like, okay, so besides Kinky Boots, what is Anya out here doing? Like, you would think with her voice, I'd have been out here trying to do an album. I'd have been recording music for an album, and then I would have focused on doing this traveling Broadway show. But it's like you haven't really taken the time to parlay your career. Like, we looking at who was the last? Sasha Colby been out here doing stuff to the point where she had to cancel dates because she wore herself out. So Sasha Colby's been out here using her crown to keep a career and performing. Safira didn't win, but Safira Cristal been out here doing some things. I don't know what the Banana Girl been doing, but yeah, it's like when you win, you got to really get out here and pound the pavement and hit the ground running. Otherwise, you will be forgotten. Felix says, it seems like she hasn't been doing much, honestly. Absolutely. It doesn't feel like she's been doing anything, honestly. Anya is not as well liked as a Trixie or Katya. Nymphia went to the Olympics during her crowning year. Well, child, let me find out that people not out here liking Miss Nurve. Because it do take nerve. Anyway, well, it is what it is. All right, y'all. So now let's get to our final topic. Let's get to our final topic. And let's talk about Slater, who is opening up about why she feels grateful for having a full Leviticua fan base. She loved the gays, but she said, don't be out here thinking like I just be pandering to the gays like some of these other pop stars do. Because quiet as it's kept, there are a lot of them out here who sit up here and literally gaslight and pander to the homosexual community, and it do be feeling like pandering. So Slater, whose real name is Catherine Grace Garner, expressed love for her Leviticua Plus fans after debuting her single Crank at Grindr's Pleasure Ball in New York City. I do love that song, by the way. I have to say, so far, I'm liking this era of her. Like, she was doing sort of like that glam girl with the visuals, but was giving like that dance pop stuff. Now it seems like she's kind of giving a little more of that aggressive, edgy hyper pop type sound, a lot of guitars, a lot of like it feels a little dirty and gritty and nasty. That's how I like my electronic music. But anyway, the pop star, who's 29, is in the midst of a new music era and recently debuted her latest single, Crank, live at the queer-centric connection app Grindr's Pleasure Ball in New York City on October 23rd for a rowdy crowd of predominantly Leviticua Plus people, a fitting place given her listener base. She said, quote, I feel like this is a space where my music lives and thrives, and I feel grateful to always perform in those spaces. This is what she told people after the event, which saw her scream the gritty pop banger in front of a large phallic statue. Oh. She said, I was going to wear antlers, but they were giving me a migraine. She recalls of the performance. So I was like, okay, no antlers. And then I was like, honestly, that's better. You can get a better view of said phallic statue. It all worked out. Now, since hitting the scene in 2018, Slater has garnered a largely libidical plus fan base with confident, high energy songs like Daddy AF and Miss Belladonna. And she's very grateful to have naturally connected with with the demographic. She said, it's not something I ever pandered to or shot for or tried to do. I actually kind of take issue with some artists that shoot for that fan base too much. That feels a little weird to me. It also feels a bit disingenuous because I always say, like, if you really for the gays, if you really for making music and the community gravitates towards it, then that's a plus. But I'm not literally out here talking about, oh, this is for the queers and the gays, and if it wasn't for the gays, I wouldn't have an audience, and blah blah blah, so on and so forth. And there'd be some girls that fix their mouths to say that and be performing at some of the Pride events, but then be calling us all kinds of sissies, punks, and F words, rhymes with maggots. So I like the fact that someone's out here literally saying, like, yeah, it's not necessarily a community I strive. I mean, like, I pander my music too, but since I know the gay community likes my music, or the LGBTQ plus, if you want to say that, then I'm all for I love the love regardless. And the gays, once upon a time, like back in the day of like the 90s and into the 2000s, we were the movers and the shakers of what was a hit and what wasn't a hit. And a lot of those songs were determined by the club kids. Now it's kind of hard because the climate has changed so much. But when you're making certain types of music and you're performing in certain places, definitely the gays will gravitate towards that type of genre, particularly if it's electronic dance music. Slater went on to say, she said, I think my music has landed in these spaces because I genuinely have loved and adored pop music since I was very young. I feel like a student of pop music and a champion of it in the same way that people in all queer spaces are. And that's why when I've always talked about certain artists who, there are people out here who shy away from the word pop or pop music because they feel like, oh, they won't take me seriously if I make pop music. Here's someone who embraces it, who doesn't shy away from it. And I think that's what made me like her even more. Like, pop is not a dirty word. Making pop music is not taboo. That is something that should be celebrated. And if you actually take different genres and you put a serious spin on something that should be fun, like pop music, which basically just means popular, and you get to experiment in different genres and mismatch and all that other stuff, then that's cool. And she said, and not to be the girl who's like, my friends were gay guys in high school, super annoying, but they were. She said, recalling her teenage years spending time with friends in St. Louis and listening to Lady Gaga's Art Pop, Marina's Electric Heart, and other music that many queer fans connect deeply with. I will say this, Marina does make some good damn music. Shout out to her. Even her latest album, I'm liking. Speaking of which, you know whose album I'm absolutely loving right now? There's this artist, she released her fifth album called Austra, Austra. Oh my God, I have fallen in love with her new album. I cannot believe how much I like the record. First of all, let me find out because I totally forgot what the name of the album is. But it's called Chin Up Buttercup. So if you have not heard that album, I implore you to listen to it. It was like, it's electronic music, but she's like experimenting like with her voice and the production and all this stuff. Like, I listened to that. I don't know. One day I was just like, I just came across my thing and when I was on Apple Music, and it was like late. I think it was like literally after I had worked the UFC fight. So it was like literally 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, oh, let me just listen to something different. So I just put that on. I was like, okay, this is definitely giving me the vibes that I need right now. So if you have not heard that album, definitely check it out. But anyway, let's get back into this. She said, I never try to have my music land here, but I feel so happy and grateful that it has, just because I feel like queer spaces are the true appreciators of pop music and are. Grande's Pleasurable also saw the erotic electronic artist, I love that song by the way too, reunite with Scissor Sisters' Jake Shears, who also performed at the event after she spent July opening up for the band and Kesha on her Tits Out tour. It was really nice to catch up with Jake backstage too, just because I hadn't seen him in a while. This is what she said. Her performance at the event marked one of her first since launching into a new era with recent singles Beat Up Chanel's Cannibalism and Crank, which I have to say, so far, all three singles I'm absolutely loving. Her first release is through a major label after signing with Columbia Records imprint earlier this year. And yeah, she started out as underground and independent, and now she's signed with Columbia. Hopefully, Columbia will do her right, but if they don't, sis, go back to being independent. She said each song is definitely different from each other, but I feel like they all have a bit of cohesion and they all represent the different sonic vibes on this album, which is supposed to appear on her upcoming third full length body of work. I feel like Beat Up Chanel's and Crank are both a little more aggressive, but Cannibalism still has this punk, cramps, psychobilly vibe. Now, Slater may have performed at the Pleasure Ball, but she doesn't have a profile on the Grinder app itself. If she did, however, what would her bio say? She said crank it, and then it would say 5'2". Sorry. Well, first of all, why would girls be on Grinder? I mean, it's a whole meat fest over there. Well, sidebar, I wouldn't know because I deleted Grinder. There's a whole cesspool of mess and ads over there, so I don't even mess with that mess. I mean, maybe we need to ask Moses Mike Johnson what his Grinder profile would say. But excuse me. Shout out to Slater. You know, I live for her. I live for the music, and I'm definitely looking forward to what she's gonna bring with this new album because I'm liking the song so far, and I've liked all her earlier stuff, like Daddy is Fucking all those songs, and plus her, from her last album, I liked a lot of the music from that which was more fully realized. I also saw her when she performed at Brooklyn Steel. So she's definitely the real deal. And she's definitely got, a diamond in the rough that has the potential of becoming like a pop icon. If she plays her cards right, because Britney done vacated that space, so we need a new girl. Just don't fall in them same pitfalls. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards of what Slater had to say regarding her gay fans? I totally agree that I don't like when we have these allies who like to pander to us. It's like if the music naturally progresses and we feel it and we give it the seal of approval, then that's great. Jump on the bandwagon, but don't literally make songs where you're trying to pander to us because you want brownie points. Because we see through the bullshit. Well, at least I do. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Mm, 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 mm. People were comparing Charlie's House single to what Slater was in 2023. I never listened to it, but I did, however, really love the song she released from the 5-year anniversary of her mixtape. No shade, but I kind of like Charlie XCX. Yeah, she does do good music. I mean, I like True Romance. I like a lot of the songs from her early era in pop too. But to me, there's more cohesion and more fully realized creativeness when it comes to sonically and lyrically and with the music. There's a bit of an edge I get with Slater. Even though they both play in the same pop hyper pop wheelhouse, I kind of like Slater more than I like Charlie XCX. I don't know, it just feels like these days in this day and age, Charlie comes across a bit pretentious. I like Aisha Erotica too. If that it makes me sad that Slater had a falling out with Charlie Chase Icon. You mentioned all the people that I like. It was like I like Chase. I still listen to Chase Icon. There was a song of Chase's I listened the other day. I'm like, yes, bitch. And this is when I was at the gym. Um, Chase Icon. I like that kid. I like Aisha Erotica, but I was like, not colonized. I was like, what happened? What was the falling? Sis. Speaking of hyperpop, first of all, I'm cursing out Drag Race UK because y'all call that mess that y'all did during that girl group number hyperpop. I'm like, where? Because that performance y'all did was not hyperpop. I was like, y'all need to burn that damn song. That song was terrible. If it make and so far, I'm really underwhelmed with this season of Drag Race UK. I'm not feeling it at all. If it makes you feel any better, a viral tweet said Charlie was going back to excuse me, not Alcatraz because of how badly her singles for Weather. Let me tell you something. I thought I was the only one because I was not feeling any of the. I heard one of the songs from the Wuthering Heights. I'm like, trash, next, not feeling it. What is this mess? And I had people sending it to me, and I'm like, no, no, ma'am. Not Alcatraz though. So it's like, yeah, Brat was it. Brat, I guess, came at a time when we needed it to come, but for the most part, people were not feeling it. And me being one of them, I was not feeling that music. It was like, no, ma'am. I need you to go back to the drawing board. Maybe she needs to get back. I mean, did the guy that she always works with, did he produce it? I haven't looked and seen who produced it and helped out with the music and stuff, but yeah, it is what it is. So, all right, y'all. So it looks like we're at the end of the show. We had a fully realized show that I knew it was going to be a long one, but yep. Thank you all for tuning in for the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. If you have not already, please hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also, smash the notification bell so that when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I will be back on tomorrow with a brand new episode. I know it's been a minute since we've done a show. So, yeah, I'm back full time ish because I'm going to give y'all shows for the next 3 days. And then next week, I'll be back and doing a full show because I got a bit of a break before it starts getting crazy busy again. So, yeah, I'll be back giving y'all a lot more show, Lord willing, if there's a lot of tea to spill. So, yes, thank you all for riding out with me for this full almost 4.5 hour show. All the people who've been popping in and out, those who've been jumping in and out of the comments. Love you all for watching. Thank you for your continued support. And until next time, ciao, darlings.